Okay, with that, it's 4 o'clock. Mayor, would you like to call the meeting to order?
All right, let's see what we did here. I'm going to call the meeting to order of the San Clemente City Council dated
March 19th, 2024. And this is the long-term financial plan presentation beginning at 4 o'clock.
all right.
And we'll note that all council members are present. And with that, we have our report from the Financial Services Officer concerning presentation of the 2024 long-term financial plan, and our Administrative Services Director, Brower.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Brian Brower, Administrative Services Director, along with Jake Ron, our Finance Manager. We're here to present to you this afternoon the city's 2024 long-term financial plan. I'd like to take a moment to thank Sandy Chiswick and Matt Schmezel for their hard work on this project, pulling this together, as well as our city manager, Andy, for his leadership. We're going to kick it off with a very brief governmental accounting overview in order to clarify some terms and provide some background for the audience for those who are not familiar with these topics. Starting it off, governmental fund accounting. The city receives a number of revenue streams, and those revenue streams often have a specific restriction about how they can be spent. And so the city's finances are divided up into various funds, and most of those funds are specialized and address certain operational sectors of the city. There's literally dozens of these funds. And then we have one fund, the general fund, that's kind of the catch-all for everything else that's not funded by restricted funding or specialty funding. And so the general fund is where we pay for things like public safety, public works improvements and maintenance, community development services, recreation, parks, and general government and administrative services. There's a few key terms and focal points that we focus on throughout this general plan. The first is operating position. You read that a lot when you read this document. And the operating position is equal to operating revenues minus expenditures. And this is basically saying that we're in a healthy financial state, that we have more money coming in than we have going out for our routine operational costs. When we have an operating surplus, when we have a balanced budget, that surplus is then returned to what we call fund balance. And fund balance is like the city's savings account that gets socked away for important projects. And we refer to those as capital projects, and they're often one-time expenses for large items. The focus of the LTFP is typically the general fund, and we focus on those two areas of operating position and fund balance. Currently, the general fund is stable. Our reserves are fully funded in the general fund. Our revenues are healthy and they're increasing. There is a challenge that we'll address throughout the presentation this evening, and that is that expenditures are increasing at a higher rate than our revenues. But our operating position is positive, but in a declining state. And therefore our fund balance is declining. And that's where we pay for our capital projects over time. And so we're gonna talk about some solutions to that later on. With that, I'm gonna hand it off to Jake to talk in a little bit more detail about the LTFP.
The 2024 LTFP is comprised primarily of 4 different papers. The financial trends analysis, which is looking back at the past trends, the financial forecast, which is looking forward, and then the reserve analysis and fiscal policy, which is kind of focusing on the here and now and planning for the future. We'll start with the trend analysis. So we take a look at 22 trends in 5 basic categories: the revenue, expenditure, operating position, debt unfunded liability, and various community indicators. And we categorize those into favorable, favorable caution, warning, and unfavorable. And all the trend indicators are listed on page 20 of the LTFP, and it goes through the ratings for the last 5 years. The The financial trends, the revenue changes, again, we're focusing primarily on the changes. In total, there are 4 favorable and then 5 favorable caution. The changes during the last year were the property tax revenues. Those have continued to be impressive, or looking forward or looking back positively. Favorable caution, the elastic revenues and sales taxes, which are a little bit more economic driven. Sales taxes, we had quite a bit of stimulus put into the economy, so sales taxes were doing well during the pandemic and continue to do well, but not at the rate that they were doing before. And one consideration we always look at is how they compare with inflation. Elastic revenues along the same lines, those are primarily economic driven and include sales taxes, permits and fees, and various other ones that are subject to economic impacts. Financial trends for the expenditures, 3 are in the favorable category, 2 are in the favorable caution. There were no changes from the previous year, and the pie chart just kind of shows where we are from an overall perspective in those. For the financial trends related to operating position, debt, unfunded liability, and the community indicators, operating position, there were 3 favorable, no changes there. Debt, unfunded liability, 3 favorable, no changes there. For the community indicators, population continues to be a favorable caution. Again, we see a slightly declining population within the city. Again, it's slight, it's just having a caution rating assigned to it, just to make sure there's no steep drop off from a population standpoint. Property values, this kind of goes to property taxes. Those remain favorable or improved to favorable over the long term. The financial forecast, again, that's looking forward. And looking forward, we see the revenues growing on average over the forecast period at about a 3.4% rate over the forecast period, and expenditures increasing an average of 3.7% over the forecast. So our expenditures are growing slightly more than our revenue growth during the operating forecast. That does have an impact on the operating position. In fiscal year 2025, the operating position is expected to be 1.2 million. And then the fiscal year 29, it would be decreasing to 0.5 million. So a graphic before we get there, as far as revenues and expenses, the receipts are our revenues. You can see property taxes is the biggest driver for the general fund, and sales tax is the next biggest. Property tax makes up about 55% of general fund revenues, and sales tax makes up about 15 to 16% of general fund revenues. And then we have the other categories. In other tax, we have franchise fees and transient occupancy tax. For the costs, we have the fire contract, the police contract, and salary and benefits, and those kind of highlight those 3 big areas. They recognize that we are a service organization and we're providing services to our citizens. A little bit of context, the fire contract, that would be approximately 39, what we call FTEs, full-time equivalent individuals. Police contract covers about 58. And then the salaries and benefits, that's about 133, plus all the part-time employees for the city. So just a little bit of context as far as both the revenues and the expenditures or receipts and costs. Again, kind of going back to the operating position, once those revenues and expenditures come in, there's the 1.2 at the beginning of the year, and again, it's the graphical representation decreasing to 0.5 million over time and over the forecast period. One thing I want to highlight, this is before any capital projects and one-time transfers. This is purely operating position, so we exclude capital projects and one-time transfers, so since those primarily come from unassigned fund balance, or as Brian said, our savings account. General fund balance, the emergency reserves are again our 18% of operating expenditures, and those increase as the operating expenditures increase. They're 18% of the operating expenditures for the specific year. On top, the lighter blue is the unassigned fund balance, and you can see it growing over time, again, excluding any capital improvement programs and capital reserve funding transfers. One thing that we tried to do is going through and looking at the unassigned fund balance and try to come up with a little bit of a plan for the capital improvement projects. Again, we have that one-time funding. We would be limited to doing $2 million annually for the next 2 budget years, or the 2-year budget. And then the reserve transfers, we wouldn't be able to fund reserve transfers in the future. So you can see the capital improvement projects, which are funded from one-time fund balance, and the reserve transfers would trail off. And this would be the impact on the unassigned fund balance if we were to utilize those funds for CIP projects and reserve transfers. Again, over the 5-year forecast period, we would be limited and be down to about $100,000 in unassigned fund balance. The reserve analysis, again, that's looking at kind of the here and now and the different reserve levels. We try to categorize them in 3 different categories: the operational reserves, the emergency reserves, then the capital infrastructure reserves. For the operational reserves, those are 4 fully funded ones: the accrued leave, the state revolving loan, the general liability, and the workers' compensation. Again, this is a mix of both general fund and other fund reserves. They're primarily used to help smooth one-time costs as, I'll call it one-time claims or one-time activity is recorded. So those are fully funded. We are recommending a couple of transfers to maintain that ongoing fully funding level. For the emergency reserves, the 4 fully funded ones are the general fund, the water, the golf, and solid waste. The general fund is 18% of operating expenditures. The enterprise funds represent 12% of operating. 2 that are not fully funded but have some funding are the sewer reserves for the emergency reserves and the storm drain emergency reserves. The sewer, you may recall that we did the rate assessment or the rate review and implemented new rates. That should improve over time. The storm drain, the last time those fees were adopted or changed were in 1994, and there's certain restrictions as to how we would be able to change those. Basically, it's a Prop 218 hearing. It would go through more of a formal vote. It would be limited. It's unlike water and sewer, where it's basically doing a rate study and bringing it back to council. The reserves for the capital infrastructure reserves, we have 6 funded: the fleet, capital equipment, facilities, park asset, and those are all general fund related reserves. Golf depreciation and golf capital improvement, all fully funded. 3 not fully funded are water, sewer, storm drain. We're probably due for another water rate review. Sewer, as I said, we've done the rate review and we have implemented new rates. So that should improve over time. And storm drain, again, that would be Prop 218 related rate assessment review and approval process. For the reserve transfer funding recommendations, we're recommending transferring $100,000 from the general fund over to the park asset reserve, $400,000 on an annual basis for the facilities, $200,000 for the accrued leave reserve, and those are all general fund funded reserves. The sewer, again, that one's funded primarily by rates, and we'd be asking for an annual transfer over of $300,000 to the depreciation reserves. These are the recommendations that we'll be bringing back as part of the budget process. Fiscal policy, annually we take a look at the fiscal policy to see if there's any options to improve or change recommendations. These are the different fiscal policy areas, and they hit a variety of areas. At this time, we are recommending no recommendations to changes to fiscal policy. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Brian.
So the general message of the plan is that we'll be bringing a balanced budget come May, and that the general fund is stable, but we see some revenue challenges, especially when it comes to the concerns over funding long-term capital projects. And over the years, this has been exacerbated by some reductions in revenue that have occurred over about the last 10 to 12 years. For one, developer impact fees have reduced greatly for the city. We're a built-out city. There is still infill development, but we don't receive a lot of developer impact fees these days. And some of those funds were used to handle significant projects in the past. We've also had an expiration of our clean ocean fee that was voter approved and re-upped a couple times over the years, which before expiration was bringing in $2.3 million in revenue a year. And granted, that was going to a different fund, but with the loss of those revenue sources, this puts increasing pressure on the general fund to maintain those services. We also lost about $2.5 million annually with the dissolution of the redevelopment agency. And we also used to have a street improvement district that involved about $1.2 million per year invested in the city's street infrastructure that is no longer being received. And while those are typically going into other funds to fund specific things, without those, the general fund receives increasing pressure and therefore has a narrowing of the operating position and the fund balance that's available for capital projects. As we look forward and we see a need for major capital projects in our future, the challenge will be finding new revenues and enhancing existing revenues. With respect to revenue enhancement, staff will be aggressively pursuing grants in the coming year, working with a third party to make grant writing services available to all divisions and areas of city operations so that we can hopefully bring in more grant revenue to fund various projects and programs. We also see on the horizon some economic development opportunities with new commercial and hotel projects. Staff will be looking very closely at leases and concessions of city-owned facilities. And we're also taking a look at our business model and looking at either new fees or maybe updating existing fees with a fee study. An example of fees, I believe this evening on your agenda is consideration of fees for pickleball use. So that'd be one prime example of that. When it comes to new revenue, there's a variety of options out there. The tax, these basically come in the form of voter-approved revenue sources and can be fees or taxes or assessments that can either affect visitors coming directly to the city and they would shoulder that burden. That would be transient occupancy tax. If we were to increase TOT that by 1%, for each 1% increase that we could potentially do, that would generate approximately $300,000 per year for the general fund. Could also come in the form of a parcel assessment, similar to the clean ocean fee that's now expired. In that case, the revenue would be dependent on the amount assessed per parcel, and that would be something obviously being paid by property owners. And then there's the option of a transaction use or sales tax, which with the rough approximation of a 1% tax would generate over $13 million per year to go into the general fund. With that, I believe we'd like to open up for questions.
All right,
We do have one speaker card, so if you want to ask questions first or hear from the public.
we only have one step left.
Diane Harkey?
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for holding this sort of meeting. I think it's important for citizens to understand what you're facing. I am very interested in finances of cities, and I study them all over. I still do, even though I'm not elected and I'm not running for anything, nor am I representing anyone. This is just Diane Harkey talking to you, because I do understand a lot about San Clemente. You can generate revenue by a city by raising fees and taxes or increasing business or doing both. And my suggestion to you is that you try to rezone a few properties in the South San Clemente area that would be east of the 5, so it wouldn't be affecting the Spanish Village that you've got going on in the beach area. But you're giving up a lot of TOT to surrounding cities. And this area is underutilized. It would need to be rezoned. It's quite a project, but I've got a map here, and there's a whole group of properties that are not in the coastal zone, east of the 5, that are tiny parcels with maybe some commercial whatever in them, but they're very underutilized. And I think by rezoning, increasing the FAR, maybe some with the building height, I don't think you're going to have a lot of height issues there, but 45 feet is really too small for 3 stories. You could combine parcels, and you could encourage builders of small hotels, economic hotels, and then you have the trolley to take people down to the areas that you need, that you want them to see, that they come to the city for. We have over 3 million visitors in Dana Point, and we're only 6.5 square miles. You're 18 square miles here, a lot of beach, and you probably have well over 3 million visitors. You have a lot of expenses associated with that. And, you absorb them in the city, and your city people, the taxpayers pay them. So I do think it would behoove you to look at this and explore all of your options. It's an election year. I know it's tough, but some of you aren't running, and maybe you can work on this. I have shared this with Jonathan Lightfoot a couple years ago or a year ago, but, everything changed. You've got a great city manager and new people. So I'll just bring this
Yes,
here.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your ideas, too. All right, so do we have someone else that's going to bring their card up? All right, go ahead.
Chris Butler.
Hi all. Sorry to jump in the last minute. I didn't know we could put cards in yet. Basically, just going to one point, which I think you probably already know, so if I'm repeating, I apologize. But as far as attracting ways to generate revenue besides charging new fees, which, we may need to do. I mean, one of the things I've noticed the most as a developer is part of the reasons we don't get the impact fees we want is because everybody I talk to in my industry doesn't want to do business here because they feel like every time they start a project, and I wish I was being general, but this seems to be the consensus every time I talk to a developer is they don't want to do business here because they feel like every time they approach the city, it's just not a friendly environment. And if we can embrace that and somehow set aside a team to attract new businesses and developers and hotels, which could generate a lot of revenues for us, right? I know you're already talking about this stuff, but it starts at the level of, we still need to fix our coastal commission problems. That's another deterrent for people to come here because we can't write our own permits. So how do we reprioritize that stuff? And people are happy to pay impact fees if they feel like they're getting good customer service. I know I would.
Yeah.
It's fine as long as you know that it pencils out in your favor in the long run. We have a lot of opportunity for business, especially in North Beach, but we need city staff too that can separate from all the other issues and focus on planning and economic development, right? And our city manager is a specialist in this, but he's spending all his time pretty much as a hotshot hitter on emergencies. So if we could give him some separation potentially and bring in a deputy that can focus on the day-to-day stuff and allow him to work his magic, or a team, a consultant maybe, and look at, again, I know these people are already here. I know there's proposals on the tables and people are knocking for hotels, but there's nobody to really field that and see it to the end when they're working on all these other things at the same time. And we see that from everything from parks to pickleball courts to our beaches, right? We're fighting a lot of fires, but we need somebody that can just stay in an office dedicated to development, attracting new businesses, and bringing proposals to city council to say, hey, this is how we create stimulus. Thanks.
I appreciate it. I pretty much agree with everything you said, too. All right, so let's go on to questions. I don't know if we have someone that wants to start, or I'll start if nobody's jumping forward. I'll start then. I mean, the picture that you paint regarding the lost revenues are rather stark. I mean, what is it, 2.3 with the clean ocean fees, the street assessment 1.2, the redevelopment agency 2.5, the development impact fees. When you combine them, it's a big number. Those are all things, I guess, over the past years that we've been dependent on and could supplement and move money around to to the extent that you could, to cover some of the other projects. But also when I look at our expenses, I mean, you talked about police and fire growing. I think this year they grew rather significantly, or growing rather significantly. So you have the lost revenue, the increased amount of costs or expenses for police and fire and other services, and then you just look at the day-to-day expenses that everybody in the city is facing. I mean, with inflation the way it is, maybe some of those expenses aren't yet reflected because we have long-term contracts, but as all those contracts come due and we have to get new contracts, it's going to be a more expensive operating budget for us, I take it. So this year we're fine, but the picture you're painting, I guess, is not a good one for the next few years. And unless we do something about it, I'm hearing having other revenue sources, taking a look at those rather seriously over the next year or two, we could find ourselves in trouble in a few years. Is that pretty accurate, or where am I wrong?
I think it's accurate in the sense that we, in order to maintain existing service levels, looking at the forecasted increases that we see or that we're using, that we're modeling after over the next 5 years, I think that, we end up 5 years out with a very, very small operating position and very little fund balance for capital projects. It would still be, we've modeled a balanced budget, but it doesn't take into account a large number of capital projects.
Okay.
Or unforeseen items.
we would have to look forward to cutting those and one of the revenue sources you mentioned, the pickleball, isn't going to be enough for all the few dollars we will earn from pickleball.
That's what you charge.
Oh, yeah. $10,000 a year membership, right? No, I'm serious, more serious about that. It's the other thing that you mentioned that I had concerns with, our property tax revenue, that has gone up with just the price of real estate exploding over the past few years, which is our biggest source of income. So how does that fit into the equation?
You want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So property tax, again, we've been seeing very positive growth. Valuations have gone up quite a bit. We do have the normal 2% annual increase, which is a CPI limit. However, as properties are turned over, we do get increased property valuations, which lead to higher property tax revenues. In the forecast, we start out with an initial increase of about 5.1%, and then it drops down to like 4.5 and then the 4% range. So as, I'll call it, not to single them out, but public safety costs, we have a 4.5% cap for OCFA. And then we touched briefly on the police and their new contract of 17% over three years, 8% increase for their salaries the first year, 5 and then 4. Again, there's pressure, and revenue growth is not necessarily keeping pace with expenditure growth. So that's a little bit of an overview.
The other thing, we do get through grants a lot of state money, and then through the county, which gets some money from the state. Have you factored in, the state budget and their loss of revenue into this model, and how that might impact the money that trickles down to the city?
We factored into the best that we could. Again, typically if we receive state funds, it's usually for a one-time project, and that would help offset any one-time costs related to that capital project. A perfect example would be the sand replenishment. You might recall that is a federal grant that we're receiving some money under, but the state also chipped in quite a bit, and the city is required to match. So again, if that state funding goes away in the future, that would just put additional pressure on the city city reserves or city unassigned fund balance.
Do you know if we've seen any indications about, from this year about, our expectations of state funding or state grants that are available, or it's too early in the year to?
It's a little bit too early right now. Again, the state is looking at, I'll call it a budget deficit or a forecasted budget deficit that they're going through and trying to fine tune their budget. So I would say revenue sources from the state might be a little bit limited into the future from that aspect if they have to correct their own issues.
So among the revenue sources that you mentioned, the TUT tax is one of the bigger ones that's you mentioned. Would that create the greatest revenue source for us?
Yeah, the transient, or it's not transient, sorry, the transaction use tax, close to the TOT there, how is that?
Yeah.
So the transaction use tax is similar to the sales tax. It's basically add-on to the sales tax. And again, we get about $13 million worth of revenue, and that would be our 1% share of the sales tax percentage that the city receives. If it were to increase 1%, we'd be talking probably another $13 million that the city would receive directly.
And that would be paid a lot by tourists and other people that come and spend money here in our city?
Yeah, it would be paid by
including
both.
residents, yeah.
I'll call it residents and non-residents.
Yeah, okay. All right, I don't have any other questions.
I follow up on your last question. You mentioned the transaction use tax would be on residents and non-residents, did I hear you say? That's just residents, right?
No,
How would you tax a non-resident for buying an object out of our city?
It'd be visitors coming in and purchasing stuff.
Anytime any visitor purchases anything in San Clemente, we get our 1%.
That's correct.
But the transaction use tax to raise an additional 13 million would be for, like if our citizens were to go to Irvine and buy a new car, we would recover that tax, right?
So basically what it would do is, instead of 1%, when people purchase things in the community, they would pay 2%. So that's why it would double. So instead of paying 1% when you went to eat, so right now, the sales tax is 7.75% in our community. We get 1% of that. The other 6.5%, the other 6.75% goes to other entities. What this would do is raise the sales tax overall in the community from 7.75% to 8.75%, but we would keep 2% instead of 1%. So it basically would double the sales tax generated in the community.
Regardless of
Regardless, that's right.
of our citizens outside the city.
That is correct, yes.
The question regarding you mentioned the water fund was not fully funded, the water reserve was not fully funded. What's the status now? In the next few months, I understand, we're going to be considering whether we joint partner or purchase desal water from the Dehaney desal facility. And there's going to be costs associated with that. What are your thoughts on covering the expenses if we move forward in that area? And I don't know what the numbers are, but I know they're probably pretty substantial.
Yeah, so for the water fund, the emergency reserves are fully funded. It's primarily the capital reserves. Again, we've been building the capital reserves over time, and they've actually improved over, I'll call it, the last 5 years. So one thing, excuse me, one thing that we'd be coming back and looking at for any Doheny desal impact would be bringing back a rate study or the rate impact of buying into the Doheny desalinization plant. So that would be, I'll call it, with that decision and any changes as part of that decision with a rate study.
Your presentation didn't cover the unfunded pension liability. With our 321 plan, are we on track? And do we need any special attention there?
We're good with the 321. Again, the pension liability is being paid down over time. I believe one of the things that we were going to look at is the Section 115 trust and potentially setting aside assets in the Section 115. That would be something we would bring back at a future council meeting.
Would that be at the budget hearings this year, or would that be for long-term planning next year? Or do you have any plans on that? timing-wise?
I think we're looking at this
Yeah,
this year.
I think we would, that's something we'd like to bring back this year, get started as soon as we can. That's a better way to save our money than in the Chandler Asset Management. It's so restricted. We're probably lucky when we get 2% or so in that reserve. If we can move some of that money into the 115 trust account, we're probably looking at 6 or 7% on our return, and that's something we've got to do right away.
Maybe not 6 or 7, but
Higher.
no, probably less for government. It's sometimes you just,
are some restrictions.
the restrictions, but the Investment Advisory Board is looking at that, and I'm a member of that board, so I just know a little bit about it.
One thing I think we probably need to keep in mind is if we go forward with the desal facility, that facility will undoubtedly be built with bond money, and the public will be making a decent interest rate on the bonds that they purchase. And the city has the ability, if we change our investment policy, to actually invest in our own bonds so that we can receive that benefit. I know we haven't spent a lot of time talking about this, but I hope when that issue comes up, that issue, Victor, and I guess you're on the investment
I'll bring it
committee.
up, yeah.
We need to be sure we at least thoroughly look at that. What concerns me a little bit is I know we have some major capital improvements that will need to be done. The Mariposa Bridge, and I'm sure others. The potential additional fundraising issues that you mentioned, the TOT, the transaction use tax, and the clean water type ordinance that's now out of expired. Those all take citizen voter approval. Will you be making any, I guess, will staff be looking to the council to make a policy decision on which, if any of those, we go forward, and would that be at our next budget review? Or is that going to be separately agendized? Or what's the timing on thinking about that? I know we'd need to probably poll our community to see if there's an appetite for that sort of thing, but what are your thoughts on that, Mr. City
Correct.
Manager?
Thank you for that. The city council has asked staff to do exactly that, survey the community, find out what the community thinks. We're already getting some preliminary information. We will be going out with surveys relatively soon. It's been made very clear to us that our residents are very, very interested in protecting our coast and our coastline, and they may be interested in additional revenues as long as those are targeted for the improvements that need to be made to increase the sand at the beach, take care of the pier, take care of the beach trail. That is critical to this community. That's really, really important to this community. And so that survey will go out, and we should have information to the council so that you can make a decision about whether or not it makes sense to do something in this election cycle, whether that's something we try to educate the community and get more input and do it next year. But we should have that information to the council very in short order, before the budget's adopted, for sure.
Okay. My last question deals kind of with sand. With the change of the borrow site for our sand on our beaches, they've gone from Solana Beach now up to Sunset Beach and Seal Beach. And I don't know what the costs are going to be, but I guess there's going to be some additional costs. Do you have any thoughts on funding that issue?
So right now, they said that there should be some additional costs. We have been told that the Army Corps of Engineers is trying to find funding in this project to be able to pay those additional costs. And then we've also been working with Congressman Levis' office to make sure that if there are some shortfalls, that perhaps the federal government could cover those shortfalls. If not, they may come back to the city and ask for additional funding for the additional cost of getting the sand from Sunset Surfside down to San Clemente. We hope that's not the case. They've told us all along they believe they're going to be able to find the money, but I think we have to be realistic about the fact that the sand has got to go forward. We need the sand on the beach, and if we have to come up with some ways to pay for that, we're going to do it. Clearly, this has been the priority of the community, a priority of the council, and we're going to look very hard at that. But right now, we're working very hard to make sure that we don't have any additional costs. We did not get what we contracted for, and we've made that very, very clear. They understand that, and they're trying to make sure that we get what we contracted for, which was 251,000 cubic yards of beach quality sand. That was our contract.
And talking about grants and getting grants, you mentioned Congressman Levin. Are state and county elected officials also being, I assume, in the discussions for potential funding sources for the sand?
Yes, they are. And I think that the state's working very hard as well, because remember, the state gave us, so in this grant cycle, the state paid for half of our portion of this through State Lands Commission and others. And they're pressing also. They said, hey, we put our money into this, and you didn't deliver the product to us either. And so our state representatives, and by the way, they've been very, very active. I should point out that they have also put in a budget request for the city of San Clemente of $10 million to help us pay for the damages that occurred at Casa Romantica, because for some reason, Orange County was not included in the statewide emergency proclamation. And so they understand that San Clemente was hit a little harder than some of the other Orange County cities with the storms last year. And so both Assemblymember Davies and Senator Wynn have committed, and we're working with our lobbyist in Sacramento to make sure that we get at least get that in the budget proposal. And right now, that looks very positive. I hope that happens. So.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Are we into comments now, past questions?
We're into questions, questions
Have
of,
discussion after?
let me,
Anticipate it going?
well, yeah, I just, let me check on that, because we have a second part to this, so I don't know how much time we have allocated for this, and,
Thank you, Mayor. I did talk to Adam a little bit earlier, and he told me he would need probably not more than 5 minutes, just so it's 4:41, so if we could give him 5 to 10 minutes at the end, that'd be great.
okay.
Okay, yeah, I just have one basic question, but I want to make clear, the money we got from Congressman Levin was a direct appropriation from our congressman in the federal budget. The money we got from the state was not a direct appropriation from our representative. It was a grant request to the state's lands commission and other state agencies, right? So it matters who your representative is, because we want to be actually in the budget, right? And that's how we can have more predictability that we're going to get money for these projects. Related to that, we have some big projects coming up, right? And we know that our money that we have available is going down every year. We can't control the sheriff's department and the fire authority budget allocations. Is that right?
It's really not a budget.
To answer that question, we could change, it is a menu. We could change the number of officers we have, and we could, I guess, have one less fire station. Technically speaking, yes, we could, but it would be a huge impact on the city.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is we don't negotiate the sheriff's contract, right? That was what I was getting at.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so, and also on the fire authority, I mean, look, I'm a board member. We're at there's a max, and we're at the max. I think we can anticipate that, right? So I guess my point is those are sort of built-in costs, right? Knowing that and seeing that we have these other big projects coming, how long do we have before we must make some significant change in terms of the revenue area, or else we'll move into the red?
Current projections show between $4 and $5 million for capital projects over the next couple of years. At that point, it tapers off dramatically.
So 2-3 years, and then we would really not have any funding available for any project like that, barring some other revenue source.
Correct.
I mean, I know, I'm not trying to nail you down on any specifics, and you're wrong, it was 5 years, and I'm just saying you're ballparking at around 2-3 years.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Rick, do you have any?
A comment, not a question.
Okay. Well, we can take comments also.
Yeah, it's pretty concerning, especially since we kind of had a windfall during COVID where our property tax revenue was increased because there was a lot of houses changing hands for some reason during COVID. Now, property values haven't dropped, but the number of transactions has dropped a lot. And so that's how you get properties reassessed and get the higher property value. So I see that's going to be going down. And then also our sales tax, you said, during the COVID, we lost stimulus money and a lot of people are spending money. We've seen sales and that's just not here, all over Orange County going down too. So it looks like that difference between revenue and expenditures is going to even be a wider gap here going up the next couple of years.
Couple
So
of years, yeah.
we've got to figure this out. So that's.
Yeah, the one thing I would say, and we're all kind of dancing around it, but it's what's most important to our community. So we've tried to identify an estimated cost of what it would take for us to have the beachfront or the coastline that our residents really want. So every 6 years, we need to generate between $10 and $12 million a year, or $10 or $12 million for our payment for our 50-year project that we have with the Army Corps of Engineers. So that's about $2 million a year. For us to also put sand on North Beach and other areas that aren't covered by that with our scoop permit, we anticipate that would probably be in the $4 or $5 million range. Sand is not cheap, and transporting it is even more expensive. Just placement on there and getting those permits to do that. So, you know, we've talked about the fact that probably $10 million a year gets us what we want on our coastline. And so that's where we came up with the 1% TUT. That's about what it would generate. If it was focused on that, we could probably respond to the things we're hearing from our residents about what they would like to see on their beachfront. And that's kind of how we came up with those estimates, Mayor.
Let me ask one other question. Let's say, it's 6 years out, we have another $6 million that we have to come up with for sand replenishment. The sand's there on the beach and it's staying, and we've managed that properly, and we have our scoop permit, and that's a couple $1 million to get the permit and to lay more sand in different areas. Will we, in 5 years, will we have that amount of money to cover all those expenses, or not really?
Are you saying under current revenues?
Under current revenues, yeah.
Under current revenues now.
Okay. So we need to do something. Okay. And I guess that's the point that I'm trying to get at, is that we've got to begin exploring, all these other revenue sources. Obviously, we're not ready to do it now, or maybe even not this year, but, it's something that we have to have a conversation with the community and get buy-in from the community and get buy-in from our residents and voters to make sure it's what they want, and that will take a long effort because nothing is for sure in this city, and we will look at that. And we have that issue before you, and you are going to come back at some point in the time in the near future with those different options for us, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Again, I think the message is if we didn't change the way we're doing business today, our revenues are stable, our community is stable, we could probably go for an indefinite amount of time with the revenues and the expenses we have. There are some things we want to do in the community. The big one being getting sand on our beach. That's simply a new expense that hasn't been part of our budget process in the past. So to do those new things, we would just need to maybe look at some of the revenue streams that we've had in the past that have been supported by the people, or maybe some new ones. But again, to continue the operations the way we have it today, we could continue that probably indefinitely. We're just missing out on the opportunity to do some of the things we're hearing from the community. We want a different waterfront. We've heard that, and that will take new revenue.
Well, actually, at some point in time, too, you need to start cutting some of the activities that you're involved in, some of the services that are available. And
If we
do
don't, that's a
something.
good point. Yes, that's
All right.
correct.
Well, we're not going to cut any deputies, so let's take that off the list. Is Jay here to hear that? No. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think we have on this, we have to have a motion, right, to accept and file the reports.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. All right, so thank you very much for that
Appreciate it,
report.
guys.
Do
I
we-
think,
Yeah, I was going to say, should I just go ahead and read through the recommendations?
go ahead.
You're approving staff's recommendations, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you want to read them?
I'll read them.
Okay.
Direct staff to explore revenue sources to replace lost revenues from the dissolution of the redevelopment agency and the expiration of the clean ocean fee to maintain existing service levels and to fund new programs and capital projects. Transfer an amount of $400,000 from the general fund to the facilities maintenance reserve in fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26. Transfer a one-time amount of $100,000 from the general fund to the park asset reserve in fiscal year 24-25. Transfer an annual amount of $300,000 from the sewer operating fund in fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26 to the fund sewer asset replacement in the sewer depreciation reserve. Prioritize capital projects until the implementation of a clean ocean measure or long-term alternative funding is available for storm drains. Transfer a one-time amount of $200,000 from the general fund to the accrued leave reserve in fiscal year 24-25. And with that, that was a motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, and it carried 5-0. We can move on to the overview of the strategic implementation
How about some
program.
better news next time, guys?
And, yeah, that is good, thanks. Adam, overview of strategic implementation program.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. I'm joined by Jonathan Lightfoot, our city planner. And we thank you for a couple minutes today on the tail end of the long-term financial plan to go over the strategic implementation program. There are a couple items that Jonathan will discuss in a quick PowerPoint, but we wanted to put this on the council's radar as these items are of typical business and are usually handled through the consent calendar. And in light of the conversation that Mr. Brower and Mr. Ron had with you, we thought it was prudent at this time to talk about the strategic implementation program a little bit more forward. So with that.
Thank you, Adam. So there are two main things that the city staff do in relation to our general plan implementation. One's forward-looking and one looks back. And so this is based off of the city's umbrella policy document, the general plan from 2014. And those two things are, one, looking at accomplishments that looks back. That's handled through our annual progress report. That'll be on your consent calendar later this evening. And the other is the strategic implementation plan that looks at next steps and what are our priorities moving forward. So tonight is just a high-level overview. We're not looking for significant discussion, but this will come back before budget so that you have an opportunity to comment and reprioritize if needed. So the item later on the agenda identifies past accomplishments, and it is a document that both the Planning Commission and Council review before we provide that to the state as mandated. That's due to the state. That's the Office of Planning and Research and Housing and Community Development by April 1st. So that will be on the consent calendar later this evening. The strategic implementation plan, as I mentioned, is forward-looking. So within the packet, you'll see that there's a couple of tables, and the focus is on a five-year outlook. Prioritizes staff's work on projects that are related to implementing the general plan. And we review that during the budget season so that there is alignment between the council priorities and the budget, and puts staff in a position to make sure that appropriate resources are assigned to those tasks. And as mentioned, this SIP will return on a regular agenda in the future for comment and discussion. But by means of just providing a high-level overview here, this summary table captures one department and some of the strategic projects that are on the docket for their next 5 years, as well as some recommendations for each department on things that might need to be tabled given current staff bandwidth. There's an expanded table. You do not need to look at these cells, but just to give you a sense of what you're navigating when you look at the SIP, this will break out those tasks in a little more detail, identify when staff expects to be able to start and complete those tasks. And then there's some notes related to, those individual line items as to whether they were initiated by council or related to other specific tasks, et cetera. So again, there's a summary version. and then just a more detailed version that will be included in your packet. So this will come back on a future regular agenda, and at that time, we'll see if you recommend any modifications to those prioritized tasks, and that will give staff the opportunity to, again, make sure that our resources are in alignment with the priorities that the council has established. So that concludes the presentation we have this evening.
Do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
Okay, well then let's, is there any questions of members on this? I did, I went through this whole thing. Every one of these recommendations. There's a recommendation about how we deal with chicken coops.
How do we?
Well, let's ask, how do we, no, it was more curiosity. We did talk,
Yes.
we ended up talking about, I said,
And
because.
it's certain things like that that can be deferred if they're not in alignment with the council's priorities in the coming 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, but you could explain to the council what that's about.
So broadly speaking, there is a general plan policy directing staff to look at ways that things like community gardens, home, I'll say chicken coops could be addressed through zoning amendments in the future. And so that's one of the tasks that's on there. Other things like a dark skies ordinance to address lighting concerns, things of that nature. There's a number of those types of projects in there.
Transportation or parking downtown also?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, there's a whole list. It's available online, and if anybody has an interest in it, it's great reading. No other questions from staff? It's a great report. Let's then, I think
We need a motion to
we
receive.
need a motion just to receive and file the administrative report dated March 19th, 2024, and have it on file with the city clerk. Someone want to make that motion?
Motion to receive and file.
Second?
All right, it's been moved to second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous, so. Next,
You have about 4 minutes until 5 o'clock, and then you can recess to close session.
okay,
Can we recess early?
No,
Not
it's
really.
advertised for 5.
can we take a 3-minute break?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. I guess I'm going to ask to move to
Recess to close session. Is
recess to closed session.
there a motion?
Is there a motion?
I'll move that we recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. We're going to closed session. Thank you. We will return at 6 o'clock. You should just have one pair.
Is your mic on?
We're going to start the meeting. So let's call the meeting to order, and we'll have the invocation.
Pastor Jared Powell with Paradigm Church is giving the invocation.
Please.
All right, would you join me in prayer? Heavenly Father, would you make your glory known? We are grateful and honored to be a part of this city. Our hearts pray for its well-being. We pray for its families, businesses, schools, churches, and governments. Would they be blessed by you? We ask specifically for these leaders. May you bless them with wisdom to lead well, serving the wonderful residents of the greatest city in the world. That's my opinion. I pray that all this in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Streeter, you want to start us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So you were in that first seat there, Mr. Streeter, so that's a seat of honor there. All right. Roll call. For the record, all members are present, and we're now going to move to a special presentation.
Yes, first item on the agenda is 2023 Wall of Recognition Honoree.
And do we have an honoree here? Oh.
The honoree is here. First, council will need to make a motion to adopt the resolution to accept and approve the selection.
I'll make a motion.
She can barely walk.
You don't have to move
I
far
will make
back.
a motion that we adopt Resolution 24-36.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, wait just a minute.
Discussion? Discussion. Unanimous, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go present this. Wait a minute, let's go back. So actually, if you want to say a word or two, go ahead. We have this presentation here, your honoree. As you know, you'll be on the wall of recognition. Oh, yes. But let's, do you have a word or two that you want to say? And we'll present this to you then afterwards.
Okay. I know. Oh, gosh. So, you know what? I thought about this. I was really honored when Samantha gave me a call and told me about it. I was really honored by this because we all do what we do in this community because we love our community, which we've always said. So for the last going on 40 years now, I know we're aging ourselves. We've done what we had to do, done what needed to be done. And so it's just really great to be honored for it. And those that know me know I hate this stuff.
Oh, yeah. Those that know us, I haven't been to a committee yet where you're not a part of it.
I know.
But let's take a photo up here with the city council. We'll award this plaque to you. We'll keep you walking around.
Get this once more. It's great. Love to do.
The free steak dinner.
Apple burger.
Man, Beth, you look really good with those guys.
I know, yeah. All right. Go ahead. That's all right. One photo.
Andy's not tall enough. Oh, yeah. Thanks, you guys. I think we all are fun. We got it? You got everybody? Joe is the boy. He's never going to join the bus.
Well, thank you for bringing your entire group of supporters here.
God's going to thin out to nothing.
Yeah, now, yeah. All right. First item.
Oral communications, and we do have a number of speakers.
Okay.
So I will call the first three speakers, Susie Whitelaw, followed by Ken Salter, followed by Joe Wilson. If you could please line up. Susie Whitelaw, are you here?
Susie's back in the back.
She's back there. I see her now. Okay. Followed by Ken Salter, followed by Joe Wilson.
Wrong way, Susie.
God, I thought that said danger of arming 1 to 2 year olds.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
but
we're
then
going
But then
back.
I squinted and realized what he did say.
So sorry, I didn't have my glasses. So I've been saying, this is Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches San Clemente. I've been saying for the last year that the entire San Clemente State Beach was under threat of being armored by OCTA, but I didn't mean it as a suggestion. OCTA has now made this prediction come true. Next slide, please. This is what $8 million worth of riprap looks like, and that's a lot of money for a lot of riprap. Next slide. Imagine what 190 million tons of $1 million worth of riprap is going to look like. OCT has just released their emergency plan to build an engineered revetment across the entire state beach from north of Calafia down to Cypress Shores. Next slide. The seawall could extend 50 to 100 feet seaward of the tracks and completely occupy whatever beach remains, because in many areas there's no dry sand left at all. Next slide, please. This is our beautiful state beach. We don't know exactly how far out the rock could extend, but it would devastate this gorgeous beach. Next slide. Not to be satisfied with that, at North Beach, they're proposing huge rock dumps starting on the south side all the way down to Linda Lane, about a half a mile. Next slide. What this means is, next slide. So that's all the way down to Linda Lane with the non-engineered revetment, just dumping rocks because North Beach doesn't deserve to engineer it. Next slide. What this means is the armoring of almost half of our public beaches. The only beaches unaffected would be the central beaches. Why? Because we're paying to put sand on them that will protect the tracks. Next slide. Why is this a problem? Because boulders kill beaches. These diagrams are beach width over the last few decades. Most of our beaches are like the top graph. There's a lot of seasonal variation, but a gradual narrowing due to lack of sand supply. However, on the bottom graph, once the beach narrows enough that storm waves crash against the rock, erosion accelerates, like on the bottom diagram, and then it disappears, like at the south end of town. And that's not what we want for our beautiful state beach. Next slide. OCTA is proposing no sand replenishment with this program, no responsibility to maintain the beach. We're asking that the city refuse to cooperate, no permits, no approvals, no easements, no rights of entry. We want OCTA to replenish the wide sandy beach before they put the rocks in and to maintain that beach for as long as the rocks remain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Salter, followed by Joe Wilson, followed by Gary Walsh.
We're going to have a little bit more clarity on that issue a little bit later on. There are some updates in a presentation.
Okay, we look forward to that. I'm Ken Salter, and I just want to focus specifically on the section that covers the San Clemente State Beach. Octa's proposing to build an 18-foot tall, 50-foot wide at least, from what we can tell, 3/4 mile long fortress, if you will, the Great Wall of San Clemente. Can you go to the next slide? It runs along. Imagine the area between each of those parallel red lines filled in with the structure. It touches the wet sand such that there'll be no more wet sand. You can't stay at the beach all day because the tide's going to get you wet. No more picnics. No more 4th of July at Calafia Beach. That beach is gone. Speaking of the beach being gone, go to the next slide, please. This is sort of a view which shows you how far that rock wall would come down for a typical walk at low tide. But that sand that you see there below the red lines, that won't be there either because the rocks are going to penetrate so far into the active surf that that's going to scour the remaining sand away. And pretty much what you'll have after some relatively short amount of time is waves lapping up against this fortress. This is an abomination. This is an example of government gone awry. The fact that this is being pursued with an emergency permit, bypassing the environmental review process, no environmental impact report for a $200 million project that's on a state beach. I mean, come on. That's not the way things should be done. And it's an abuse of the emergency permit process. And this is where it leads. Can you go forward a few slides, please? Forward, please, forward. This is Cypress Shores, just kind of thumb through these, shrinking through the years, and then collapsing over the past 3 or 4 years. And let's go to the next one more slide. And this is what's left. This is 2008. This is 2021. You see in 2021, you see the retaining wall there. No beach. It's just gone. I mean, it's just a crime to contribute to this sort of thing. We're robbing our children, grandchildren. I can make all the. It's just self-evident that this is ridiculous, and we have to stop them. Next slide. So we ask you to stand with us firmly against Octa's proposal. State Beach is 100 times more crowded than Cypress ever was. So unlike the loss of Cypress Shores Beach, the loss of State Beach will not go unnoticed. Imagine the outcry when tens of thousands of people visit this summer and see that the beach is gone. They'll ask, what did you do to stop this? How could you let this happen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Wilson, followed by Gary Walsh, followed by Ken Pochikai.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I'd like to focus on one key proposal regarding our beaches, which I sent to all of you last week in the form of a potential content for a city council resolution that I hope you can consider, please. It seems we all understand that OCTA must protect their tracks, but not at the expense of further eradicating our beaches. Initial and ongoing sand replenishment, sufficient to keep waves and high tides away from the OCTA revetment, provides the most effective and environmentally sustainable means of protecting the tracks. Currently, the OCTA Preliminary Emergency Plan does not contain any sand replenishment in its proposed remediation solutions on San Clemente beaches, only boulders, and that's not going to fly. So, and this is critical, our city must ensure that OCTA partner with required entities to replenish sand first, before more riprap can be added to their existing revetments. Why is that? Because there are too many risks that sand replenishment programs could be delayed or canceled once the tracks are protected with more riprap. While it's nice to think OCTA would do the right thing by following up with post-riprap sand replenishment, it's certainly better to ensure adequate sand is installed before the boulders drop. The city of San Clemente must pull out all the stops, please. No permits, approvals, easements, rights of way, or any other agreements unless we get sufficient initial sand replenishment and a commitment to ongoing replenishments as long as their boulders are there. Nevertheless, should OCTA's emergency riprap project somehow be approved prior to emergency sand being replenished, There are those of us who will be standing in front of those bulldozers day and night. Will you be with us? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Gary Wash, followed by Ken Pochikai, followed by Amanda Q.
We've been warning you this day was coming ever since OCTA built the first wall 2 years ago from Cottons through Cypress Shore beaches. We warned you that the effects of dropping the riprap would creep northward. And now we are warning you that once they create this massive wall of boulders and the beaches in front of those boulders erode, it will creep northward until some years from now they will be presenting another plan to you in front that the rocks, they need to drop rocks in the front of our beaches due to instability. At that point, the city beaches will be flanked by eroded beaches from both the north and south, and it's going to be too late. Now, recent studies by UCI has shown that the beach in front of the San Clemente State Parks is an excellent candidate for sand replenishment. Sand was OCTA's best armoring for the past 120 years. It's not sea level rise that's causing our erosion. We choked off the natural supply of sand by damming our rivers and creeks. The Army Corps of Engineers identified this 70 years ago and recommended that sand needed to be replenished. OCTA should have been busy replenishing sand for decades before this. The old adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, applies here. We've been begging OCTA to commence sand replenishment to protect our tracks for the past 2 years before it became an emergency. They promised us they would study it. All the while, the ocean was slowly eating the sand due to their riprap. Despite published studies and opinion of leading scientists stating that riprap exacerbates sand erosion, OCTA is on record that they don't believe it. That's like tobacco companies saying they don't believe cigarettes cause health problems. It's ludicrous. It is fitting to me and ironic that there's a rip in riprap. RIP commonly means rest in peace and death, and the beaches that adjoin places where riprap is installed die. Now come on, guys, let's get on the right side of this. This is not manifest destiny, it's not inevitable. We can prevent this obscene proposal by bureaucrats 40 miles away. It wasn't that many years ago that another agency headquartered miles from our city, the Toll Roads Agency, proposed to extend the toll roads right down Pico Avenue as a necessity for travel. The City Council rightfully fought and won this battle. It is inconceivable to me that this City Council would dawdle over whether to oppose OCTA's plan to build a wall of rocks that will eliminate a neighboring beach. There's a line in the movie Shawshank Redemption. You need to either get busy living or get busy dying. And what are you going to do? Are we going to get busy watching our beaches die? Or are we going to get busy to make them live on for future generations? Well, we'll know tonight, I guess, right?
Thank you very much.
Ken, followed by Amanda Q.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Appreciate you hearing us out tonight. Council, I'm coming to you as the other folks spoke. We have a sand emergency, not a rail emergency. We need to start turning the talk around on that. It's all about the railroad, the railroad, the railroad. We have a sand problem. It's all about the beach. And we fix the beach sand problem and we fix the railroad problem. OCTA wants to throw $200 million of riprap and other things on our beaches. Right now at North Beach, we have water coming up to the bushes, which are west of the tracks. So that'll all be riprap soon. All the bushes will be gone. You can picture it. And then the beach will erode as Susie showed in that picture. We're begging you today to please instruct our city engineers, no permits for that type of activity. Please ask them to work with OCTA to spend, I don't know, what is it? We had a budget meeting earlier. It was $10 million or something for parts of keeping our sand along with other inputs. But if we could spend $50 million, we'd have sand everywhere. We'd have the most awesome beaches around, and we'd have safe railroad tracks. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to me. After that, once we get that done, we need to complete that sustainability study. You know, we all know that there's ways to keep our sand on our beaches through some kind of reefs or groins or other things that people smarter than me understand. But I hope that we can push on that as well, and really appreciate all your support and hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Q. The next card is blank, so if you're an anonymous speaker, come on up after Amanda.
So it was an honor in being in the Leadership Academy last year. And during Jake's presentation regarding finances, I was concerned about the city. It seemed like we were just getting by, just by a couple $1,000, $100,000 or so. And I spoke with the city manager at the time because, looking at the financials last year, it was pretty bleak. But I was reassured that we were doing fine. But today, listening to the long-term financial plan and how the city's not doing so well, it really activated me in attending tonight. So I'm really concerned about the solutions that were presented tonight as far as the transactional tax, which involves a tax not only to the tourists, but also to the residents, about 1% or so, and a TOT tax. The TOT tax was already on the ballot in 2018 and was voted down during that time. But I think the city manager said that if the TOT tax is done in such a way that it's for the sand replenishment, that would be a positive thing, and that's what I'm hearing from the speakers tonight. However, the segueing to the other part of the rocks and all that, I think all that would have been approved by the Coastal Commission. So I think that that's a Coastal Commission, it's in their purview, and I think that's the big elephant that needs to be talked about, of how that was done, about in all these rocks to all our beaches, and so there must be a viable reason to do that. So I think that when the city council agrees to fund $1.2 million in temporary pickleball courts at Steed Park, it should have been a big, huge red flag for our finance department to really say, that's going to hurt us financially. But I think we really need to be more conservative in our spending, prevent lawsuits, reach out to the Coast Commission, reach out to our major stakeholders to really be more conservative in the way we spend, or you spend our money, because that's what it comes down to. It's the residents' money. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Again, I have a card with no name on it. If you're wanting to be anonymous, then come on up. And the speaker after that is Christopher Butler.
Chris, why don't you?
Oh, they're gonna be duking it out.
Anonymous? Go ahead.
I think I'm anonymous, yes. I forgot to put my name. Okay, well, I just want to talk about some of the accomplishments of the city council that I've been noticing. First of all, you did a great job of barricading the beach. We can't go down there anymore. And you're also trying to stifle speech. But your biggest accomplishment is passing unnecessary, unenforceable ordinances.
All right.
Chris Butler, followed by Susan Ambrose.
Hi, Chris Butler, President of North Beach Community Association. First, let me say this has been one of the most productive city councils we've had, and I appreciate all the work that y'all have done together to act professionally and not be partisan on things. I feel like you've gotten a lot done, and we've seen in our community with the safety and progress, and I know there's a lot of hard issues at hand, but a lot of us stand behind you. That being said, obviously there's a lot of emotion about what's going on with the beaches right now with the riprap. I will say I stand behind what's been said already. We know not only the riprocks damage the beach, but it accelerates the erosion of the beaches as well, right? And we already have some lawsuits with some of our neighborhood associations that are fighting OCTA on what they've already done when they dumped rocks and what it did to their communities. But it leads to a bigger question, and a question of how we can solve it, especially with who are our state leaders that are supposedly acting on our behalf to protect our lifeblood, which is our beaches and the beach community, and how do we get them to the table, or who do we need to get in there to act on our behalf? But my big question is why aren't we discussing the viability of the railroad as a whole? I understand, in previous conversations, the cost of relocating it, but the reality is, just like we've told beach towns that try to keep parking lots on the beach, at some point that land erodes, and we're trying to prolong the inevitable with the railroads in some way. So their solutions are to implement temporary destructive efforts, only to probably in 15 years or 10 years have to really relook at, can that railroad exist there anyways? And I think that question needs to be asked directly to the engineers is, are you just prolonging the inevitable while destroying our community? And if that's the case, then we need to be honest and try new things and maybe relocate the railroad and start looking at those efforts. And in the short term, put sand on the beaches. That's the number one thing we need to do is put sand on the beaches, and we need to fight the rocks at all costs. And we need to figure out how to do that. And if we need to get legal teams and more people in place, tell the community what you need. We'll stand up with you.
Thank you.
Susan Ambrose?
Good evening, City Council members. I'm happy to see you here today with smiles on your face, and it was a good presentation, by the way, for Ms. Zapadaka. That was wonderful. I'm standing up here because I lived in the Riviera District for about 30 years, saw the beaches come and go. Mostly we had nice wide beaches. I received some photos just 3 days ago with the beach covered with rocks from one side to the other. I've never seen that in the 30 years I lived at Rivy. And 3 days later, I got a phone call from the person who sent me the photographs and said, the rocks are gone. Now, we need to ask ourselves, I mean, this is the magnitude of what's happening with the railroad. And I want to interject here. We had a presentation from the railroad first study that was done 3 years ago, I think it was in 2020 that we did this at the Coastal Advisory Committee. I'm speaking to you right now as a member of the community. But the gentleman who was in charge of that project said, the railroads know it's inevitable that they have to move. Think about that. That was 4 years ago. And why are we waiting for them to take our beaches? We know as a city, everyone who lives here did not come here to watch the trains go by. They came here because they loved the nature, the treasure of the ocean and our beaches. People come from all over the world here to see this. And we're not fighting for them. I agree with the person who suggested that we get the legislators involved, because the legislators are reporting to their constituents and they want to make everybody happy. These are the years of politics where many of them can go down, and they know that. So please, if you have to hire consultants, political consultants to help you figure out how to deal with the legislators, of course I know you do, and I know we have lobbyists in places, but this is critical to our whole community. And so I ask you to really think about it. You've seen pictures from Susie for over a year now, and when we're walking, even when I took Andy Hall here, when he came and showed him part of state beaches, and we got down to the pier as well. And Andy, I think you just went, wow, can we, I didn't realize that this was happening here. And it's just so critical. So please, if there's anything that we can do as a community, you know we're going to be there for you to help get the word out, to help you do this fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers for oral communications?
All right. Well, luckily, I can make this comment because I think it's on the agenda later on. We have the beaches on the agenda twice tonight, so we'll be able to address a lot of the concerns that were raised where we normally can't raise them in communication. So if you want to stick around, we have two items. But first, let's move to consideration of agendizing.
First motion.
Oh, and a motion to waive.
Yes, motion to waive reading in full of.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Now, do we have consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action? Is there any items that we need to, hearing none, we'll move on to the closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The council met in closed session on item A1. There was direction given and no reportable action. The council met in closed session on item A2. There was direction given and no reportable action. And the city council met in closed session on item B. There was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff communications?
Just one, Mayor. Staff would request that item 9D be moved to immediately after item 7A, since they are related, and we
Yes.
can have both those presentations.
Yeah, I think that'd be great if
I'll
we
move
get
that we move
consensus.
item 9D after 7A.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, we will do that. They're both presentations by Leslie, so she'll be able to get things done quickly. So we're going to open up a public hearing. Next,
Yes, next item on the agenda is public hearing. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And the first item on the agenda is a public hearing, consideration of approving a modification to the approved United States Army Corps of Engineers USACE Shoreline Protection Project in San Clemente to include a second borrow site at Surfside Sunset, adopting an addendum to the final environmental impact statement, final environmental impact report, and authorizing entry into a state lands lease amendment to support the use of a second borrow site.
all right.
Mr. Mayor, can you please open the public hearing?
We're going to open up the public hearing. So, Leslie, you can start.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's my pleasure to be here with you tonight to present the Army Corps of Engineers project update and public hearing. I believe I have some good news to share with you in the community tonight. Next slide, please. After more than 20 years of working together with the Army Corps of Engineers and also our partner, State Parks, Division of Boating and Waterways, the city was able to finally get to the construction of the 50-year beach sand replenishment project, which was started last fall. The project, when completed, will result in a new beach that's 50 feet wide and 3,200 feet long, with approximately 251,000 cubic yards of sand to be placed on the city's beaches in the center of the city around the pier, both north and south. Next slide, please. This photograph shows the project footprint in a red dash outline. Next slide, please. So as we all recall, project construction was started in December, and it was halted in early January at the city's request that the contractors stop placing cobbles or rocks on the beach and return to the city when a more suitable sand source was located. So since that time, we have worked very fastidiously with the Army Corps of Engineers and State Parks and the community to identify a second borrow site and to move forward with permitting that borrow site. So the borrow site that the Army Corps of Engineers is recommending is at Surfside Sunset, which is northern Orange County. It's about 12 miles further than the borrow site that was previously being used, the Oceanside borrow site. Beach sand replenishment is scheduled to occur this year and then every 6 years for the next 50 years for placement of approximately 2 million cubic yards of sand in total. Next slide, please. So we have an updated schedule starting with tonight's meeting. To modify the project by adding this additional borrow site, we had to conduct additional environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and then the Army Corps concurrently prepared their federal environmental documentation under the National Environmental Policy Act. We also filed a permit application in the form of a land lease amendment to the State Lands Commission, and that is scheduled for consideration on April 4th. So with all of these actions, we are hoping to, if we have a positive outcome tonight, we are hoping to be able to restart the project at the end of April. The contractor is asking for operational flexibility to place the sand quicker. Given the additional transit time and distance, they are asking for the ability to potentially utilize equipment on the beach 24/7. So previously it was 12 hours a day on the beach, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the goal with this is to expedite the project by having sand placed during the evening hours as well as the daytime hours. They can get the project completed more efficiently, saving time and money for the city and the Army Corps. Next slide, please. So in a successful beach nourishment project, this is the scene you would see on the beach. We didn't quite get to this point in the previous iteration. What will happen is the heavy equipment that's on the beach will move the sand as it's pumped on shore. They'll create two shore parallel dikes, one seaward and one landward. The sand will be pumped within that area. The water will percolate out and the sand will be left behind. And the sand will be spread by the bulldozers, creating this new 50-foot wide berm. Next slide, please. As you will recall, and this is, I think, going to feel a little bit like deja vu for all of us, we will have temporary beach closures again for areas where there is active construction activity ongoing. And that is primarily for protection of public safety and avoiding conflicts with humans and machinery. Next slide, please. Again, the contractor, when they return to the city, if all goes well, the contractor will be back in about 2 to 3 weeks, utilizing the same area they previously occupied in the city's Upper Pier Bowl parking lot. Next slide, please. So again, with tonight's action, we're asking for approval of a project modification, and that will support restarting the project at the end of April. Next slide, please. So we have a project website, and we're keeping that updated. All of our information on project schedule, all the specific information, all the documentation is here at sand-clemente.org/beatsand. That'll continue to be the single repository for all the data on the project. Next slide, please. We'll also continue to do briefings to the City Council, Coastal Advisory Committee. We'll do press releases and have other social media outlets also informing the public of the project. Next slide, please. So with tonight's public hearing, this paves the way for the State Lands Commission to take action on the city's land lease amendment, allowing the use of a second borrow site at Surfside Sunset. And currently, the mobilization could occur when Encinitas project is completed, and that's currently anticipated for about April 20th to 24th, somewhere in that time frame. Again, contractor staging would occur a week or two before that so that they're ready to go as soon as Encinitas is complete, and sand deliveries could begin in mid to late April. Next slide, please. So with that, it's staff's recommendation that you, following the public hearing, adopt Resolution 24-37, approving the modified project to allow the Surfside Sunset borrow site to be added to the project. We're asking that you adopt the addendum to the final EIR/EIS, that you authorize staff to file notice of determination for the CEQA document with the county clerk and State Office of Planning and Research, and that you authorize the city manager to enter into a lease amendment with the California State Lands Commission. And that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right. I think what we're going to do first is public comments. And I would just remind people, we have 2 items on. The second item that is a presentation on the issues generally of our beaches. And so if there are general issues and not related specifically to this project that's ongoing, I would hold my comments to the next item 9D, which is about the beach in general and what we're going to do to protect and arm the beach and the OCTA and all that stuff that you have an interest in. This is really the Army Corps of Engineer project. So if there's comments on that, I guess we'll begin with whoever wants to comment on that.
Lois McNichol, followed by Susie Whitelaw, followed by Sarah Schneider.
Sarah Schneider.
Sarah.
Mine is specific to the Army Corps of Engineers. So I would like to know why the Army Corps of Engineers is not incorporating the use of geotextile tubing, which has been successfully used all around the world for decades. And it has not even been mentioned here. And it is the safe, it's natural, and it can be moved, which all those other huge concrete things that you want to put out there in the middle of the ocean, they stay there. They don't go anywhere. You can't move them. But this geotextile tubing, it can be moved. It can even be removed after the project is over and is no longer necessary for sand replenishment. So that's my question for the
Thank you.
Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
Susie Whitelaw? Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Leslie. You've worked really hard on this, and it's just super, super successful. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of all of you, the mayor, city manager, all the staff that worked on this. I got 2 words for you. Yoo-hoo!
Thank you. Any other comments?
No.
No. So we will close the.
Can we ask questions of Leslie after you close the hearing?
Ask them during?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's start. Leslie, we're going to bring her back. Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Meyerhoff, was the Surfside Sunset Borrow site originally considered at all when this original project was started with the Army Corps of Engineers?
Not to my knowledge. No, I don't think it was originally contemplated.
Is the Surfside Sunset Borrow site, how far off the coast is that, do you know? I know it's not Anaheim, in Anaheim Bay, but is it, how far out in the ocean is that roughly, do you?
It's probably about 1,000 or 2,000 feet offshore. It's in water that's about 40 to 50 feet deep, so beyond the depth of closure.
Were there any other borrow sites considered besides the Sunset Surfside location?
Yes.
And were there any closer to San Clemente?
Minimally closer, yes. The Army Corps of Engineers did look at SO5, which is a borrow site off of the San Dieguito River mouth in San Diego County. That's a few miles, it's actually a few miles further away than Surfside Sunset. It's about 3 miles further away.
Okay. Do you have a complete inventory of the potential borrow sites up and down the coast?
I do not.
Does that inventory exist anywhere? I was surprised that at the Surfside location.
Each region develops their own regional sediment management plan, and those are aggregated into a California sediment management plan. So there probably is a document. It's probably about 15, maybe 20 years old now that does identify these borrow sites. So the information is out there.
Has the sand at the Surfside borrow site been analyzed to make sure the quality of sand isn't rocks and pebbles like we were getting from San Diego County?
Yes, I'm happy to say yes. It went to the dredge materials management team for review to make sure that it's the right grain size to match the city's beach.
Another question I have is, during the Matson's project that was halted, I didn't observe on the beach, and correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't observe those berms that you described in the photos, where there's berms set up right at the toe of the train tracks, if you will, and then farther out. I didn't see any of those. Was that not done, or is that just wasn't put in place by the time they stopped?
They started to do that at one point, but it takes sand to create those berms, and unfortunately, they did not deliver the sand in sufficient quantity to create berms to let the water drain away.
Okay, my last question is, one of the speakers mentioned that the tubing that's used, the cement, I thought it was steel tubing, but is it cement as well as steel, or just cement?
I think
The current tubing.
the pipeline.
The
pipeline is steel, but they're also using a plastic and high HDPE pipeline segments in the San Diego region. I anticipate those would probably be used here as well, in addition to the steel.
The comment was made that those steel or cement pipes would remain on the ocean floor. Is that your understanding?
Are you speaking of the previous commenter?
The Matson's project that was started?
Yes.
When they begin, do those pipes stay on the ocean floor?
That pipeline, we call it the dredge subline, that is still laying on the ocean floor, yes, and that will remain in place until the project is complete.
But then it will be removed
Then it will be
after the
removed,
project?
correct,
Okay, thank
yes.
you.
I'm just going to remind the public of when this all began. I think it was in around Christmas last year. We all went to the beach, had this great big press conference about this project of sand being delivered. And then it comes the end of December and they're delivering rocks, and the city and city management, all of us collectively here, asked for the company to stop this project because we didn't pay for rocks, we paid for sand. And we went on through just for public edification. You can correct me if I'm wrong. We then had a series of meetings with the Army Corps of Engineers, all the parties involved in this. And we knew at some point in time, we believed that the contractor was not going to come back to San Clemente because they had searched for sand for almost 3 weeks, and they had never found sand at the borrow site we had. And lo and behold, a week later, they sent us a note, said, we're not coming. Well, actually, they didn't send us a note. They just moved all their equipment out. And after they moved their equipment, we had the writing was on the wall that they weren't going to use that borrow site. And I think it was, maybe you correct me on the dates, it's been no more than a month ago where we met on the beach with the Army Corps, maybe a little bit longer. And we knew that this Army Corps was, that the contractor wasn't going to come back to that site, and we needed a new site. And the Army Corps said, let's find one. And I should say that it maybe in a matter of 6-7 weeks, all the parties, the federal government, the Army Corps of Engineers, the city, the state, the county, the federal government got on task to get all the permits. And how many permits were required to get this done, and how many weeks did it take?
The project has been halted for about 9 or 10 weeks. Approvals had to be obtained from California Coastal Commission, Regional Water Quality Control Board, State Historic Preservation Office, NOAA Fisheries, Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game, all of the agencies. Yes.
And to believe that could be done, you can get all these government approvals within this time frame, it's beyond amazing, because it took 30 years before. But I just wanted to compliment you really on the job that you did in pulling a lot of those resources together and getting those permits. This is one of the last, approvals that needs to be done to get this project underway. And if we can get it done tonight, we may have sand on the beach in a few weeks. So that's the point we're at, and I just wanted to get that out there in the public.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of teamwork.
Yes.
Been a lot of people involved making this happen. So it's great to be here tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. Thank you for your efforts. And I want to kind of put this in perspective of the future as well, right? Because this is the first, as you indicated, of phase of a 50-year project, about every 5 or 6 years. I know we got some emails, I assume everybody got them, about there was an issue with this in Massachusetts that they had, I don't know if you saw that, but they had spent $600,000, and then the beach had washed away. It got actually national news. The beach had washed away, I think it was like in 3 days later or something. Do we have, as part of our project, I guess maybe the first part of the question is, do we have certainty that that's not going to happen at our specific location, which is the pier area, north to Linda Lane, south of T Street? Do we have assurances that for our project, we're more protected against having that kind of thing happen?
I think the story you're talking about, that was basically a sacrificial beach berm. And it was designed to protect the homes behind it, which it did. The homes withstood the storm. The sand was what took the impact, the brunt of the impact. So it's kind of a similar thing with this beach sand project. The sand is the natural buffer that protects everything that is landward of it. So all city public infrastructure, utilities, roads, everything is protected by the sand. That's by design.
And that's specifically part of our plan too, right? Because this area was chosen because of its economic viability and importance to the city, and also because it also is in a location, right, that's less likely to have that kind of erosion as opposed to other parts of our beaches?
Yes, this segment was identified by the Army Corps as the most optimal in terms of economic benefits because of the avoided damages that would occur, the avoidance of damages because of the placement of sand.
And the larger message there is the sand, sure, the sand may go away, but the sand is that best buffer, right? It's much better than rock, obviously, and it's a much better investment over time because even if it does wash away, it still is better at protecting the infrastructure behind it than other hard structures.
Yes, and the final point I would just add is that because this is a project that will be on repeat every 5 to 6 years, we do know the sand will move up coast, down coast, offshore and onshore in different seasons and different times of the year. So the sand will move around. We won't see the 50-foot berm, let's say 2 weeks after the project maybe is completed. It will have spread out into what's called an equilibrium profile, and that's expected.
Okay, and then thinking about that 5-6 year period, for this project, for this first phase, we got about $9+ million as a federal appropriation from our Congressman Mike Levin.
Yes.
Right, and then the rest of it was was left for the city, right? We got some state grants from some state agencies. And did our assembly member get us any money for this?
I am not exactly sure. I'd sort of joined the project a little bit later than after the funding was already assigned to the city. But the cost share was 65% federal, 35% non-federal, and then within that non-federal, 85% was paid for by state parks, and the remaining component was paid for by the city in cash and I believe in-kind contributions as well.
Okay, then for the next 6 years, right, we started thinking about that right now because our project is not just one and done.
Right.
What are our plans to ensure that we have that funding available? We had a long-term financial presentation for those that were here earlier that showed that it would be difficult for the city to have that kind of money in 5-6 years, barring some changes. What are our initial plans in terms of making sure that we have the means available to fill that next phase of the project, if you know?
Yep, the cost sharing does change after the initial fill, so it goes from 65% federal to 50% federal in future renourishments. So the cost share ratio changes. It's a greater burden on the city, and so this is one of the topics I'll be addressing in the next presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Just one or two questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So you mentioned every 6 years having the replenishment occur. Technically, this was supposed to start last year. Is there any chance that the 6 years, that time frame would start from 2023 instead of 2024? So our next standard replenishment would be 2029 instead of 2030?
Yes, I think that's definitely a possibility. It's dependent on how the beach fill performs, so the importance of shoreline monitoring will be even greater over time because we'll see signals in the data that show when it's time to renourish the beaches. So we will need to have our funding lined up in order to support that.
So potentially, could we even have it earlier than 5 to 6 years?
I believe so, yes.
So let's say, the data shows we need another standard replenishment in 4 years. At that point, we would still need to have roughly $10 million to fund that project in 4 years as opposed to 6 years?
Yes, that's generally right. And I think that sort of underscores the importance of having a citywide beach nourishment program that builds on the Army Corps in the center of the city, but also has other components where we're placing sand north and south of the Army Corps footprint.
Great, thank you. And then one last question. What's going on with the cobble that was placed there earlier that's just south of the pier?
I'm not aware of anything as of right now. So I know there was some discussion about maybe having them come back and remove it, but I don't know if that's within their scope of work or, if it's part of their plan. I think they're going to put sand on top of it.
Okay.
So it would be covered.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And well done. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
All right, any further discussion here?
Quick follow-up. question regarding the permitting and application process. Solana Beach, I understand, is receiving about 750,000 cubic yards, which is 3 times what we're receiving. They have a much smaller beach than we have. Are you familiar with the application process that's happened? And did they simply ask for more sand, and are they paying 3 times the cost that we're paying? That's one question. The second part would be, how do we make sure at the next round that we are able to get more sand? Is it just a question of money, or what are your thoughts on that?
So I was involved with the Solana Beach project, so I do know it well. 700,000 cubic yards was the initial volume, and then their renourishment cycle is every 10 years, and it's 290,000 cubic yards. So their future fills are much smaller than their initial fill, whereas in San Clemente, it's 251,000 every 6 years for the 50-year life of the project. The sand volume is all determined according to an Army Corps formula that's based on the economics and the benefits. So it comes down to a cost-benefit analysis, and the Army Corps defines their preferred project. City can either agree with that or ask for a modified project. So a lot of the volume and the placement are dictated by constraints such as biological constraints, surfing constraints, other things like that. So all of those are built into a project, and that's how you arrive at the volume and the placement and the beach width.
All right, I have one more question. I was at Solana Beach, I think last week, and they had just finished their project. So is it possible that they remove a lot of the equipment they were using and stage it here in the next few weeks or sooner? Because I think that's what happened when they moved out of here. They went and staged in Solano and Encinitas. So is it possible that all that happens in the next couple of weeks?
Yes, I think within the next couple of weeks. Encinitas, I think today is day 7 or 8 for that project. Probably about halfway through their project, they would start mobilizing equipment to San Clemente. So that puts it at sort of mid-April, second, maybe third week of April, maybe sooner, maybe longer. It depends on how that project performs, if the dredge is down for maintenance, or there's other things that modify that project schedule.
Well, seeing no further questions, we'll close the public hearing. And thank you for all you've done. The hearing is closed now. And so, does someone want to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation?
Sure, I will move to adopt the staff recommendation of 7A. Do I need to read the motion?
With the modifications,
With-
I think, yeah.
Yes, with the modifications.
Second.
What?
I didn't hear any modifications from the
But there was
dais.
no-
What-
Sorry, no,
There was no modification.
just no modifications here.
I think Leslie had mentioned that we needed to add the modifications of specifically the Surfside site, the lease amendment, and several things.
I think that's all in here.
This
That's
is,
in the
that
staff
is the
recommendation.
Listed
modification.
on page,
Yeah.
you listed 1 through 4 on the,
Yes.
This item is the modification.
Yeah, the item is
This
modification.
includes all those
includes
modifications.
them? Okay, fine.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
The motion is
Second.
Enmeyer, I think,
Enmeyer,
and second is.
Motion, Rick Loeffler seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. So we'll move on now to item, and congratulations.
Congratulations
We'll get
to
those
everyone.
things signed today. 7D,
9D,
9D.
Draft San Clemente Coastal Strategic Plan. Leslie Meyerhoff.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item is the Coastal Strategic Plan, and this is for your information tonight. This is for receiving and filing only. No action is being requested or required as of tonight. Next slide, please. So we have prepared a coastal strategic plan, which is basically a compilation of all coastal projects and programs that we are working on either right now or expect to be working on in the very near future. This strategic plan defines not only the projects and programs, but also funding requirements for implementation. And as part of that funding requirement, we have come to recognize that we need to generate revenue to support these coastal resiliency projects and programs. The goal of this plan is really to deliver results, is to build things like the beach sand project, like sand retention structures, other coastal resiliency projects and programs in the city. So we're really focused at project implementation with the strategic plan. Next slide, please. The key takeaway of this strategic plan is that we are recommending the city establish a coastal capital improvement program, or a coastal CIP, that is a account that is set up by the city and will be the place where all coastal funds for these projects gets deposited. So the coastal strategic plan includes beach sand replenishment, sand retention, it includes scoop, shoreline monitoring, and also an offshore borrow site investigation, looking for additional sand sources off our coast, and then also supports regional coordination activities. Next slide. The plan is broken down into both capital projects and non-capital projects. For the capital projects included in the plan, we have, of course, the Army Corps 50-year beach sand project and related costs for that. We also have the Sandag Regional Beach Sand 3 project. We've also included the nature-based coastal retention project. We also call that the nature-based feasibility study. We're also including the San Clemente Scoop program. We're also including a site assessment for the Marine Safety Headquarters and a potential future South Orange County Regional Beach Nourishment Program implemented in connection with other South Orange County agencies. For the non-capital projects, we're including the annual shoreline monitoring program, the offshore borrow site investigation, the South Orange County Coastal Resiliency Staff Working Group, the Sandag Oceanside Littoral Cell Task Force, and also as-needed coastal engineering services. That's a high-level overview of the contents of the plan, which was included as an attachment to the staff report. This is, again, for receiving and filing. No action is required, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, we'll get to the questions after probably a few public comments. Thank you.
Sarah Schneider, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Susie Whitelaw, followed by Christopher Butler.
Hello, Council. I wanted to come and speak tonight a little bit about public support for sand. I just wanted you guys to know that, well, first of all, you know I'm a community organizer. I have a community group of about 300 people. I decided to take a survey of my community in our last newsletter to see kind of what they thought, because I was at the sand meeting a couple weeks ago, the public sand meeting, and I feel really strongly about it, but I knew we would have to sell this message to our community, and I wanted to see how they felt. I just wanted to share the results that 98% of the survey responses were concerned for the shrinking beaches, supported sand replenishment. 95% would support a 1% tax to pay for sand. That's a huge number in a survey. You don't often see that kind of support. So I wanted to share that. And then I also wanted to let you know that I really appreciated the public's comments relating to OCTA earlier and my concerns with OCTA and what they've presented to San Clemente. I think that you should be very careful in your interactions with them because they clearly don't have our best interests in mind. Whoever originally thought to put the train on a bunch of sand was not very wise. So I support any measure to evaluate moving the train. That's obviously not a short-term solution, but the short-term solution is sand. I also wanted to present the concept of sort of the poor man's paradox and whether this might apply to sand. I hear Solano Beach is doing a huge influx right now, and I'm curious to know if that potentially has a better result for the next 4 years than if we just do a little bit at a time. I can imagine, I'm not an engineer, but I can imagine the sand sort of sweeping off quickly. But what if we did it all at once in a big way? might we have a better result 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 6 years from now? Also, the last thing I wanted to state was the importance of protecting surf. We're a surf community, and surf is critical. I don't think you'd have as much public support on retention measures that take away our surf spots. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sand replenishment is great, but we need to make sure what the quality of the sand is that we are getting. Well, first we got cobble, and then it was just mentioned a little while ago that the cobble is going to be just sort of smoothed over with sand. But, and the other thing is that in Waikiki, that infamous beach, they have their own sand replenishment programs, and what they did is they utilized an issue. They tried to do something by putting those huge construction things out in the ocean, and by doing that, the sand in Waikiki Beach is now muddy. They did their own little sand nourishment program, but the sand itself on Waikiki Beach is now muddy. It does not feel at all like sand. And that is in a paper that you can go and read on.
Thank you.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Chris Butler, followed by Amanda Q.
I have a presentation, I believe. Yeah. Susie Whitelaw, still with Save Our Beaches San Clemente, and we enthusiastically support this plan. We think a lot of work has gone into it, and it's a lot of courage to look and say that we do need to raise money and to support these projects. So I just have a few comments. Next slide, please. For the love of all that is good and holy in our community, please do not consider a geological hazard abatement district. They're not well suited for beach replenishment projects. There's only been one in Broad Beach, Malibu. They've spent $25 million on lawyers and consultants and not one grain of sand put on the beach. It's just not well suited for beach replenishment. Some of the homeowners are being assessed $70,000 per home in perpetuity. It's on their tax bills. Next slide, please. For the nature-based project, it looks like the city has already decided on what the project is going to be and where it's going to be. And so we would like to have more information about that. Next slide, please. We definitely need a scoop permit. We used to have a scoop permit. It just doesn't seem to me when it was proposed last time that it could be $500,000, $250,000 to $500,000, and now it's up to $900,000. That just doesn't seem believable. I just hope that we can do better than that. And next slide, please. The Marine Safety Headquarters is really important, but including infrastructure like that into this spending category, I'm just afraid that it's a little bit of mission creep. Once we start doing other infrastructure and including that in with the beaches, that's such a huge amount that could totally take over, and we're not going to have our money back to spend it on the sand. And next slide, please. What I do see missing from the plan, at least the short-term aspects of the plan, is sand. In the near term, North Beach is a city-owned beach. It needs sand. I believe there's a really strong political will to get sand on our beach. Capo Beach got sand last year with emergency permits. We can do that with emergency permits. Everyone knows how much San Clemente needs sand, and so I think that we can do it. And I'm really glad that the city is doing this. You're thinking of generating about $4 million per year. That $4 million a year with everything that needs to be spent on, that's not going to do anything against the Great Wall of San Clemente that OCTA is getting ready to build. That you might as well get the brigade of kids out there with their little plastic buckets and try to get sand and make sand stick. And so, yeah, that's still a big problem.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much. Next.
Christopher Butler, followed by Amanda Q.
Hi, Chris Butler, President North Beach Community Association. Really like where this is going with the CIP. Just propose maybe evaluating the idea of including some funds in there for a policy, legislative, and legal team component to that we were speaking of before. So we can utilize, other resources but also to block threats coming into our community. So we're not fighting this alone. We actually have dedicated teams and monies to, first of all, evaluate, stop, get injunctions if needed, so we don't end up with situations where we can't reverse the damages that have been done. And then also to ask those important questions like what we discussed before, which is, can this even survive the long term like a railroad or something like that? Secondly, looking at, just to repeat what Susie said, we have invoked emergency plans before, like Casa Romantica. We started work before we actually had coastal permits to fix the problem. I feel like we're already in a state of emergency with North Beach. We do have other options available. It'd be nice to look at that. It could potentially save us some money too, because we have legislators that have helped us in the past with sand, and it seems less expensive than potentially pursuing a scoop permit. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I think it's really important. And then lastly, as part of the CIP, is funds dedicated to economic development. I see the proposals for the safety offices, but I'm a firm believer that we should develop our beaches to be attractive to tourists and locals. And the more we spend to build facilities and attract hotels and get rooms so we can win the Olympics proposal for surf competitions and not send people to Dana Point, we're going to win. Then we're not dependent on paying 1% taxes. We need to do that in short-term fight, but let's start getting people down here and getting some good places to stay, and that helps our local businesses and it fills our restaurants. Thanks.
Thank you.
Amanda Q.
So I wasn't prepared to speak, but I read the staff report really briefly, and it said in summary, the range of funding needed in the city to develop and sustain these programs in the next 50 years is currently estimated at 170 million to 100 million, with a target annual revenue need of 4 million. And I'm glad Liz Leah mentioned that the nature-based coastal resiliency plans were in that, because at that meeting, it said that the cost of those plans would be about $150 million. So that takes up a lot of the 170 million to 200 million. And some of those plants were never even really tested, not even in a laboratory. So we really have to keep that in mind, that they have not been tested. So, and then also if you're going to be doing these breakwaters, that's $150 million, and that some of those plans, you could put them in, but you can't take them out. So that's a big, huge concern. And looking over this, it involves a transaction use tax for residents and tourists, a sales tax, a transient occupancy tax, a parcel tax, and other options. So there's a lot of money that the residents and tourists have to pay on that. Someone brought up the TCA and the legal lawsuits with that. And we were also, I definitely fought that for years, but having legal teams comes with consequences of paying all these legal fees. And if we didn't win, and the judge found it to be moot. And unfortunately, we lost a lot of money in that. So as someone had mentioned, the railroad being by the beach, but it was necessary for certain emergency and also for the military use and a lot of commerce, interstate commerce. So it was necessary. It is very necessary, and I definitely support the railroad as it is now. I hope that I hope that we can be conservative in going through these plans and just realizing that listening to that finance budget meeting today, we don't have that much money to spend, so we have to be conservative. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
No more speakers.
All right. All right, let's move on then to, Leslie, you want to come back up, and we will have some questions for you, I'm sure, on the plan. Yes.
The scoop permit, I wanted to ask you about the timing on that. We're early in the process, but what are your thoughts on the ultimate timing on that permit?
On the timing for obtaining.
Obtaining a scoop permit. And then the follow-up question would be, once we get the permit approved, do we have to identify specific sites where we want to dump the sand as well as where we pick it up from?
Yes. So the first task would be to define where we want to place the sand. Building on the original program, I think there were 4 different locations in the city, generally from North Beach south to T Street, kind of more or less the center of the city. So there's been interest in expanding that. So we would design that first, come up with potential areas, and then as part of that, we would look at volumes and we would look at sand sources.
So if the scoop permit, we're going to include Cypress Shores, we'd need to include that in the initial application process, right?
That's correct.
And currently, that's not envisioned to be included?
Currently, the entire city is going to be included.
Okay. And a question regarding the costs of transferring the sand. Cypress Shores has a private beach area. Would those citizens be allowed in this process to pay for the cost of bringing sand into their neighborhood?
Yes, I think that remains to be determined how the city wants to proceed with contributions from various entities to participate in the program.
But the permit wouldn't be prohibiting that at the beginning?
No, it would not.
Okay, great. I guess another question I had was, I noticed in the discussion on Scoop, the Santa Ana riverbed was described as a borrow site or a take site, if you will.
Yes.
Prado Dam is a much larger capability. It wasn't mentioned at all. Was that just
Prado
for
Dam,
brevity, or?
I'm not sure why it's not in there. It should be. It has been suggested. We are looking at that as a potential source of sand. It's about 60 miles away compared to the Santa Ana River source, which is about 30 miles away. The Santa Ana River source is about the 405 and the Santa Ana River. So it's considerably closer. And just keeping in mind that the further this sand has to come, the greater the expense per cubic yard. So
Is the cubic yard of truck sand more expensive than railroad car of sand?
we're analyzing that right now.
Yeah, I just mentioned one of the board members of the Orange County Water District mentioned they have unlimited sand there. They would love to get rid of literally millions of cubic yards. And it's right by the train track. They might need to do a spur, but I think that's an area that could be potentially fast-tracked for a huge amount of sand. So I'd like to just make sure whatever we're doing in terms of the permitting, that it's broad as possible and includes the Prado, obviously.
Absolutely.
Okay. I didn't have any other questions.
Okay. I did have one thing, because it was asked earlier about the OCTA and their project. I don't know to what extent you can give a little bit background about what was in the press and what reality is, because I think there's a little bit of disconnect. And I know days before the article that came out in the press, we had meetings with OCTA that were pretty good, and we thought things were on course. Andy can, I could talk to Andy about it, or talk to you. I don't know who would be better. And I've also had conversations immediately after that with our representative, Jamie Federico, who's our OCTA representative. And are you able to address some of the concerns that were raised about the OCTA and armoring our beaches? And
I think I know about as much as everyone else, and I only know as much as what they've published.
Okay, well, maybe, Andy, can you
Yeah, I
speak to
can.
that?
So we did have a chance to meet with the executive director of OCTA, and we told him that we need to have better communication. We need to be given a better heads up about when things are happening with OCTA, not just with sand, but when there's rail closures and some of the other work they're doing. We were assured that that would happen. That was on Friday. By Monday afternoon, they had announced a project that we hadn't heard about. So I had an opportunity to talk with OCTA after that. They assured me that these are conceptual, much like what we're going through with our nature-based solutions, and we're looking at different alternatives that might be able to be used. This is not a project that has been approved by the board. This is the first time it's even been presented in a conceptual manner. So I really appreciate the residents being here tonight. This is the time. I still think we're early enough in the project. This is the time for us to get very involved and let them know that this is not the alternative we want them to choose, that we want them to choose the more nature-based sand, and again, for the same cost, I think that they can protect the railroad just as well, and in the longer term, protect their revetment even better with sand than putting more rock on the revetment.
Yeah. And I had those same conversations. Yeah.
Could I ask a question on that really quickly? What can our citizens here do to make their voices heard to OCTA? And then what can we as a council do to reinforce those voices?
You know, that's a really good question. One of the things I would say is that it's really important that our city council continues to do what the mayor did and talk with the board members and make sure the board members understand what our issues are. And the residents, certainly, they show up, they go to these hearings, they make their voice known. But I do think that providing things in writing, a letter to OCTA, that's something that doesn't go away. You don't just make a comment and then people forget about it. I think it's really important to put these things down in writing, make sure they're part of the record so that we can continue to refer to the record. I think that that's really important.
Can I ask a question? Excuse me for my voice. It's grandfather chasing grandkid's voice. A letter would be nice, but what's the practicality of adopting an ordinance to prohibit any entity from initiating a project that would mitigate or compromise our sand replenishment?
You know, Councilmember, I think that's an excellent idea. Staff and I have discussed the possibility of bringing an ordinance to you that basically says we recognize that there are certain areas in our coast that need to be armored. We understand that, you know, a railroad's going to sit on top of a revetment. It's got to sit on something that's level and some of those kinds of things. But we would like to pass, but at least have the city council consider an ordinance that says any time that there is any kind of modification to any kind of armoring, that it must be accompanied by a sand on the beach to protect that. Because why put the armoring in if you're not, first, the armoring is going to cause additional scouring if it goes right up to the armoring. If you can keep the water away from the armoring, then the armoring is effective. So I think we should pass an ordinance that at least makes people recognize that when you come to San Clemente, if armoring is required, then you've got to be able to protect that armoring with sand on the beach.
Yeah. I would only add, one of the things we're trying to do is open up better communication. Our communications with OCTA has not been the best over the years. So we opened up dialogue with executive leadership. I've opened up dialogue with the members of the board. I think we can develop a better relationship with them, be more in line with what they're doing. And they've agreed to that, to open those communications. But yeah, that said, even as this project, before we heard the full extent that it was conceptual project, we talked about what can we do to, I mean, we don't have to let them stage everything in our parking lots. I mean, we do have tools, as you mentioned, to stop some of that things if they're going to do it unilaterally. And I think those are the kind of things that we have to consider, but we have to do it in a measured way, I believe, and with dialogue with them, hoping that we get open up that dialogue and get a better understanding from them. This project that's been in the papers, as we now know, is conceptual. It's a lot of ideas they're putting out there. We're going to make sure, and we will communicate, and we have communicated our concerns to them that we want sand on our beach, not rocks. And we're also looking at going to the Coastal Commission and getting as remediation sand on the beach. And one of the things that we've learned that what they're trying to do is petition for a sand bank as opposed to sand actually being put on the beach. So we're fighting that, and we will continue. And I know that this city council is ahead of me on all these issues of putting sand on the beach, and so we're out there advocating for this, just as the city wants.
Mayor, just to close out that, I just didn't want to get lost in the point, because I had a point about that issue of what residents can do. First of all, there was another problem with the OCTA report. They said they didn't believe that sand is a good buffer and a protection.
Yeah.
They specifically and affirmatively said that, and that's not correct. There is science-based evidence to suggest that sand is the best buffer, right? So for them to say that's not true, or that there's questions about that, is problematic, regardless of whether they say it's conceptual. The other thing is, they're having a hearing tomorrow at the San Clemente Community Center. It's the best-kept secret. I think they're hoping nobody will show up, but it's at 10 a.m. at the community center, so if you want to have your voice heard, that's the place to do it, right? That's the place to lay down the gauntlet and let OCTA know that San Clemente as a community is not going to accept rocking and armoring of our shoreline to the detriment of the loss of the beach, right? So there is a lot of things you can do, but if they're going to have something in San Clemente, we better show up, right? So 10 a.m. on a Wednesday, interesting timing. Also, again, I didn't see anything about this. I heard it from Leyland Connolly at the OC Register. That was the first I had ever heard of it. So you can show up at that too. I just wanted to make that point, sorry, before we moved on from that.
No, just two really quick points. One is, I think the mayor mentioned a really important item, and that is that it's unclear to me. I'm being told that OCTA is being informed by the Coastal Commission that the Coastal Commission would prefer to have, rather than them place sand on our beach, to give them money to place in the sand bank, that then the Coastal Commission will determine where in the state to put the sand. It won't necessarily come to San Clemente. And so one of the things I think we should do is we should make it clear, and I think the mayor's already written a letter, I think residents would help as well, to write a letter to the Coastal Commission and say, we would prefer it not go into the sandbank. We prefer there be mitigation on our beach and that actual sand be placed on our beach in accordance with this emergency permit that was issued. I think that's really important. I don't want to see the money go into some account that no one knows where that sand's going to end up. I think we should push for sand rather than linen.
Yep.
So, and then the other thing, Mayor, we've been talking a lot about scoop.
Yes.
There may be some, first, the residents of this community know more about, coastal issues than most communities. But maybe we could explain a little bit about what scoop does, why it's important and why we're trying to get it. Because really what it does is it allows us to place sand in other parts of the community outside of the Army Corps project.
Corps.
But maybe we could explain that. There might be a few people that don't, we're using that word a lot and we haven't really explained what it is.
Sure, thank you. Yes, so scoop is placement of opportunistically available material. That would include material from a landslide, perhaps, that gets placed on the beach as long as it's not full of vegetation or construction debris or clay or something like that. It needs to be beach compatible, but generally any material that becomes available, it could be from a construction project where they're excavating for a basement, or it could be from the Santa Ana River, from the Prado Dam, it could be from inland sources, points further east. Basically, any sand that becomes available, we would be able to place it under our permits with no further environmental review or permitting. And that's really the benefit of doing the upfront environmental and permitting as part of a SCOOP program. So that when the material does become available, you don't have to scramble to then conduct the necessary environmental review and permitting tasks. They will already have been completed.
Thank you. Could you also talk, just for the public that's here and had a question about RF? We had meetings last week with the county, who has a program that mirrors what we're doing here with our program, and the state also, how they're addressing the rail issue, because we had a meeting just here 2 months ago in these chambers where they're looking at state options, and they literally have taken control of that issue on what to do with the rails.
Yes, the County of Orange, state parks, I think the city of Dana Point, there's probably some other entities that are all concerned.
City of San Clemente.
Obviously, City of San Clemente, very concerned because you have the railroad that runs the entire length of your city beach. So I think, more coordination with these other agencies so that the message is unified and strong, and that is we will not settle for rocks. We need the sand, and we don't need sand mitigation fees. We need actual sand placed on the beach. If the impacts occur in San Clemente, the mitigation needs to occur in San Clemente as well. Can't let that money or sand go elsewhere. We need to fight for that. Does that address your question, Mayor?
This is my concerns, yeah. Rick, did you have a question for her on your proposal, just to get a?
What do you mean about an ordinance?
Yeah.
Well, my question would be more to the city manager and city attorney, I think, if it's practical to do.
Absolutely. And you know, again, without dissent, I think we're working on that. We'll be bringing that forward for your consideration. If not at your next meeting, the meeting after that, but I believe it'll be at your next meeting.
I'm doing some research on that, so.
Yeah.
Just,
Thank you.
all right. Any other, yes?
Question and a comment. The question deals with the borrow sites. I know we're currently looking at where to get sand. My concern is that we're being driven by other interests other than San Clemente beach sand. Taking sand from near Oceanside benefits the harbor, which has a strategic national military value. Taking sand from Sunset Beach right next to Anaheim Bay, which services the Naval Weapons Station, has a strategic purpose and value, and that's a long way from San Clemente. In this borrow site, I hope we're looking at sand that's close by. I hear from surfers, I hear from scuba divers, there's an unlimited amount of sand, 100 yards, 500 yards off of our beach. It migrates, but it's there, it's clean, it's not mud, it's not rock, it's quality sand that was originally on our beach. And I've suggested that we get a dredging permit to take that sand and blow it back up on our beach. We've done a lot of other roads other than that, but that's close, it's immediate, it's cheap, and it's there. And I hope in the borrow site that you focus and are able to help direct the discussion to look at what's on our doorstep. Because if we could ever take that sand and simply get a lightweight dredger with a 500 horsepower diesel engine and blow that sand back up on our beach, it would be there cheaply, quickly, and immediately. So I just hope that's part of your focus. I want to encourage you to consider that when we're doing all these other operations. So, and thank you for what you're doing. We're blessed to have you in this town doing the work you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The offshore borrow site investigation, we're looking at funding from the Army Corps. It's called Planning Assistance to the States. We're also looking at a Coastal Commission grant to fund the work. So the goal is to find sand that is closer than Surfside Sunset and closer than the Oceanside borrow site, looking offshore of San Clemente and areas beyond. So I think that addresses your concern about trying to find local source of sand.
I hope we've answered the questions that were presented by the public. And does someone want to make a move to receive and file the administrative report?
Make a motion to move and receive the draft San Clemente Coastal Strategic Plan. Staff.
Second.
Been first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving back to item 8A, this is traffic analysis for Avenida Palizada corridor at Avenida de la Estrella. And Zach Ponson is here to present.
Zach, thank you for being here.
Good evening, council. I do have a couple slides we'll have up, but I'm going to try to be pretty quick about this. Tonight, Zach Ponson, I'm your assistant city engineer, and tonight, council's asked us to come back. We're looking at the Palizada corridor and seeing if we can improve the traffic conditions out there. So in the last year or two, we've actually been looking at all kinds of different alternatives out there, anywhere from roundabouts to diamonds to other things. And staff is still going to come forward with a recommendation in an upcoming budget cycle that'll have some money proposed for design studies. And what we're really finding is the best solution out there would potentially be making sure we can synchronize our two signals with the Caltrans southbound off-ramp. And if we can synchronize that, we can also potentially look at trying to get Caltrans to widen their off-ramp to add a third lane. As you know, right now, that southbound off-ramp and I guess we can get into the slide one. What I have on the left is the existing condition where we superimpose the lanes underneath the freeway just so you can see them. And right now, you'll see when you get off the freeway, there's 2 lanes on the southbound off-ramp. What I would really like to do is try to work with Caltrans to see if we can't get a 3rd lane in that off-ramp. So that being that there'll be 2 dedicated right turns. And so if you've gone through that area, you'll know that if a car's going left, they back up anybody else trying to go right. And the more cars we get closer to the intersection, the more can cycle through each one of our signals per cycle. And so if we can get Caltrans to try to have a project that widens that freeway off-ramp just slightly, even if it's just for a few car lengths to have a left turn pocket, then we want to try to synchronize their off-ramp signal with ours. Then we have a striping upgrade.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Well, since there's very few cars that turn left there, would you need a whole lane, or could you do a left turn pocket maybe halfway
I'm
up?
hoping that we can get anything, even a couple cars, because
Okay.
then at least just 2 or 3 cars, it's a cheaper project for Caltrans, it's an easier sell to them. That's kind of why I tried to show it pretty simple. They could shift it left or right to avoid retaining walls. Realistically, I showed it that way to Caltrans just to try to make it simple looking. And if we can get a better left turn pocket there, courts synchronize their lights, then I have this striping plan in front of you where right now you have 3 lanes in the westbound and 2 in the eastbound. We have the potential, we'll have to still analyze it through some detailed studies, but we have the potential to really increase the traffic flow during the peak hours. We got to be careful though, because adding the eastbound lane to one single lane would definitely has to be studied and make sure that that'll work instead of causing more backup. Staff has also looked at the area. Next slide, please. This is the intersection of El Camino Real and Palizada. We are also looking at potentially continuing that 4 lanes westbound and adding an additional left turn so that people coming off the freeway can get to our downtown a little bit easier, because that lane is one of the main lanes that backs up the area. We've also found, next slide please, that going into the Old Town Plaza on Palizada, we often have a lot of cars blocked from entering that area, and it causes a queue that'll even go all the way back up into El Camino Real. So staff in our next street project in the summer, we're just gonna actually propose that we're gonna add a keep clear there with some thermoplastic paint, and that way at least getting into the plaza should help reduce that backup there. It'd be a bit much to do the alley and that, so we're proposing the Old Town Plaza at first. A little bit of history, we've came to you in October and then the December before that, and we talked about a synchronization grant through OCTA. OCTA will be doing a county-wide synchronization program. We are part of that, and they are going to be redoing El Camino Real is already synchronized with our Estrella light. They're going to be re-updating that, and what I'm trying to do is get a project, shovel ready so that we can also add in that Caltrans off-ramp.
But that's not for a couple of years.
And that will take a couple of years. So we're looking at 2 or 3 years for OCTA to get to that point. And in preliminary conversations with Caltrans, for them to do a study, for them to have a project could be even longer, but it will take some time. And staff's here, and I do have Ryan Kim, our senior traffic engineer, with us in case there's any questions.
We might have some questions, but we're going to take public comments if there's any.
We do have a couple of speaker cards. Lois McNichol, followed by Amanda Q.
I just have one question. I thought we didn't have any money. And I thought the important thing for San Clemente was sand. Now, whatever you guys want to do, I understand what you're trying to do, all that. I did read the agenda. However, the important thing on our agenda is sand, not putting another left turn lane in or synchronizing the the traffic lights so that they will all be together. No, I don't think that that's what, again, I don't think that that's what San Clemente finds important. We want sand.
Thank you.
Amanda Q.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Next slide, please. So this is an excerpt from the staff report, and it says existing data does not show a need for an off-ramp modifications. And what existing data is Caltrans referring to? Because we still haven't received the HOV lane study, and hopefully the council would not waste money and staff time to study something that doesn't have a clear outcome. And I'm glad I reached out to a couple people who fought the TCA with me. Next slide, please. So here is the additional lane, and the key concern is the destabilization of the hillside, and because it's going to add an additional lane. Next slide, please. So each lane is 12 feet in width. That's cutting down the trees, and adding a retaining wall would be necessary. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming down on that. So I'm really hesitant of that. Next slide, please. Here is, the city would have to redo the crosswalk and the signal light to position it and compensate for the ADA ramp there. So you could see how steep that is, so there's a concern with that, and I don't know why why our engineers did not consider that. Next slide, please. So there was a previous accidents when we had previously had two left lanes going on to the northbound on-ramp. And so this is part of the safe routes to school pedestrian site, and it is the route which is designated as such, and for pedestrians, and for, it's a major route for kids going to St. Clemente High School or going from Las Palmas Elementary. Next slide, please. One of the things that I spoke with the city manager and what we had seen at the finding the TCA is that when putting under Google Map, the route the first route was taking a toll road. Here in this situation is basically there's certain routes that are taken and are longer, and they all call for Palizada mostly, and rather than going to Pico or El Camino Real and getting off that. Also one of it called for going to, Presidio. Next slide, please. So this area is already problematic here. So why would you reduce it to one lane? And it's already backed up going to Loma Lane down below. And it's going to back up El Camino Real. Next slide, please. Here is a clear zone, and it would be a problem frequently getting backed up. So this whole plan are problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
No additional
All right,
speakers.
let's move on. Then, thank you all for your comments. Correct me if I'm wrong. This whole project started as a concern of our, I think, No Block brought this up as a roundabout.
I had suggested we consider, because the station on the other side of Valero
Yeah.
was vacant and there was some demo work being done,
Yeah.
that we use a traffic signal to move the traffic through.
Yeah.
Traffic engineers indicated that wasn't a viable alternative because, and the business owners, we met with them and they didn't like the idea because their trucks that come through there
Yeah.
was too problematic.
Yeah.
So we looked at some other options.
Okay, so,
which
yeah,
resulted in this report.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were looking for those other items, or, because I knew it was,
Well,
you had asked
Yeah,
several
one-
times to look at a
one-
roundabout.
One concern I have about this, if I could, and that is Palizada coming down to Camino Real, we still have one left lane there. And my concern, and what I've heard from many of the neighbors there, is that the backup is because they don't get onto El Camino Real moving that quickly. And if we had two left turn lanes from Palizada onto Camino Real, you'd have two of those lanes moving and clearing up traffic farther back toward the off-ramp. I didn't see that on this plan, though, just one left lane. Did I miss that?
On the second slide, actually, it does show two proposed left turns.
It's on your
That's the
second
benefit of
Second, I'm looking at the
waiving.
map here, if you have that.
So the next one in. There, the one on the left is the existing El Camino Real
You mean
intersection.
the one on the right there?
So the one on the right is proposed, so
Okay, that's the one that I think most of the neighbors were pushing for.
So if we can get
okay.
that secondary left right there, it's
Yeah.
a big
Yeah, I can see
benefit.
that.
We can also actually look at there's a potential, if for some reason there was concern about narrowing the eastbound to one lane, to make that center lane an option where you can go left or straight. And so there is something with that. I mean, all of these need new mast arms, new signals and detectors and stuff. But we would look at both those options in there. Yeah.
Here's my concern, is that I think all this is dependent on whether or not Caltrans decides to put a left turn lane and that would flow up, let the traffic flow. And one of your recommendations is that we write a letter to Caltrans asking them to expedite a review of that. And I think that's a perfect way to start. And at this point in time, I mean, and then see what they have, what they say. And then if they're going to take the initiative, and if that's something they want, then we can move on to the striping and other remedies and invest money, time, expenses in this. But until they make a decision, we would be spending a lot of money on studying this and reviewing it and designing it. And if they said no, then we're pretty much stuck where we are. It's, in my opinion, it's a bad intersection. We're trying to fix an intersection that's bad for an hour almost every day, right? I don't know how you fix it. I don't know if you ever can. I mean, because it's a bad intersection. Maybe these are small remedial fixes that will help, for that hour that is bad. And I admit, I sometimes use Pico or go down to the next exit just to avoid that area and then come back. And maybe residents will start doing that. But my preference is to just get the letter out, have Caltrans decide whether they're going to do it. And if they do it, then you come back with the proposal before we spend all this money on this.
Does Caltrans control whether we have two left turn lanes from Palizada onto Camino Real?
No, that far out, they won't control just that two left turns right there.
What would be the prohibition about taking your option on page 3? What would be the negatives with that?
Of doing the center lane that can turn both?
Yes.
Right now, I wouldn't want to do the drawing on the right there and narrowing that to one lane without the study that includes the Caltrans. There'd be some detailed studies there. If we can just leave the right lane where it's existing and switch that center lane to also be able to turn left, that could potentially be done with next year we'd bring in a new traffic signal project and so I do
currently,
have
the middle lane that goes straight
Correct.
through, you'd have two lanes without creating the third lane.
Without creating that
Yeah.
third lane. It might mean moving the stop bar back on the people going northbound on El Camino Real,
Yeah,
turning to Palizada, because it's too
I think
tight.
I think that solution of having two, rather than the third lane, but having two immediately turn left south onto Camino Real, I think that's what I heard a lot of the neighbors, the business owners in that area say. So I'd be in favor of doing that now, and then proceeding with the Caltrans later to see if we can modify that third
Let me
lane.
just throw one thing in the mix too, is the cost of synchronization is going to be significant. OCTA is going to pay for that in a couple of years, as I understand. So I would rather have them pay for it than us. And what would be our cost and expense? And get this all tied in together in a plan. And maybe we hear from, by that time, we hear from Caltrans and the timing fits together better. I'm not sure. You tell me.
And so part of our upcoming budget, you'll actually see our M2 expenditure report for all of our proposed projects with M2 gas tax funds. And one that is coming up that's due that we've told OCTA that we will be doing is synchronization of La Pata and I believe Vista Hermosa. And this corridor is also included in that. So we've already told OCTA that we will look into this study.
All right.
They just happen to have a grant doing it for us.
Okay.
And what I want to do is queue up the Caltrans approval so that if OCTA is doing that study, we can simply say, please add in this extra signal.
Yeah.
And then that way we get them paying the bucks.
And synchronization is important, but I don't think they're inextricably linked with two lanes going from Palizada onto Camino Real. I think you can do that immediately and continue to do the synchronization in due course and consider the third lane with Caltrans approval in due course.
Yeah, we have to look at the left turn movements on that, definitely, but it's something that we could put in the budget for this upcoming year. And that would be something that would come out of the gas tax funds or one of those RMRA gas tax funds.
Okay.
Quick question. When was the last time signals in that area were synchronized?
El Camino Real is synchronized, and also the intersection at Estrella is synchronized with that. So right now, those can actually talk to each other. It's just a matter of optimizing it and having it redone every so often. And so that's
When
what-
was the last time, though, the traffic study was done?
that it was redone? About 5 years ago. we
not
believe.
that long, not long
And so,
ago.
and now it's just due for a, you
Okay.
look at the new traffic patterns, have they changed? I don't expect much has changed here, but yeah.
Just 2 points. One, was in any of these plans, were any bike lanes considered at all?
On this one, if, with the way it is right now, with how crowded it is out there, it would have to be a share-o, where you're sharing the lane and having additional striping within the lane, especially on Palizada. There's just not that room without removing lanes to add a dedicated bike lane.
Yeah, I know it's just a major thoroughfare for anyone getting on the east side of the freeway, getting into downtown. That's the main artery for bicyclists to go through.
It's an excellent question, because actually our bicycle and pedestrian master plan calls for the shortcut behind to get to the high school, actually shows that to be a share-road bike lane. And so one of the proposed projects I'm bringing with the budget also is the street improvements to try to help improve the bicycle route to get to the high school through the back route.
Great.
And also consideration of even doing it on El Camino Real.
Great. Other question I had I know you can't fit a roundabout on the west side of the freeway. What about on the east side of the freeway, going on the on-ramp northbound? Could there be a roundabout there?
We have, that's under Caltrans control, and so we have talked to them preliminarily, and they've said that just wouldn't be an option for that location. I don't know if it's just because of the fact that we do get a long line of cars coming in every morning, and ideally, it's just not optimal for that location. It's too close, is kind of what they were saying, to their signal. So at least that was their initial comments to us. We can pursue that as we go through those studies, though, with them and ask about that again.
Yeah, I would encourage you just to bring it up again, and I mean, I use that on-ramp as everyone else does here numerous times. I just think it'd be so easy just to make it a little roundabout, especially as you're going up on, was it Caballeros there, I think, or the other streets that are there, especially for pedestrians as well. Anyway, I would just encourage you to bring it up with Caltrans again.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Mr. Duncan, do you have any questions? All right.
I would, if it's appropriate, I'd like to ask that we go ahead with the staff recommendations 1 and 2, dealing with synchronization and dealing with Caltrans, but in the meantime, that we authorize the second turn lane from Palizada onto Camino Real without creating a third lane. Just use that lane that goes straight through, allow that to turn south onto Camino Real so that there's two lanes going.
Can you show the picture of that?
It's technically, the one on the left
The
is
left.
your existing condition.
And
So
we
instead
assume
of
that-
doing the one on the right, I'm actually taking the through straight lane and actually adding the option to turn left also from there.
The middle lane.
They could
middle
still go,
lane,
they could still go
westbound.
straight.
Okay. So
They
you're
could
not
still go
gonna,
straight, but they'd also be allowed to turn left.
you're not gonna change the striping. You would take that straight lane and have it be a left and a straight?
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be something we would budget for next year and put it in there, and any actual design would come forward to you to get approved on that.
Okay,
step.
that would be my recommendation, along with asking staff because I know we had a meeting with all the property owners in that corner, and they provided a lot of input, to have them weigh in on our Caltrans communications as well.
Certainly.
Is there
So-
a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. Further discussion? Do you want to? I just want to be clear on what exactly, which of the maps are we referring to, and
This one.
Number 3,
well,
or page 3, whatever that is on the right.
It's not, it's
Okay.
not depicted in there, though.
On our staff material, it's page 5.
Make this a left-hand turn lane. So basically,
2 lanes, okay.
2 lanes going left there.
Exactly.
All right.
It was attachment 2 to the agenda
Yeah, I got
report.
it
It's
now,
listed
yeah.
as 3 on the presentation, though.
Okay, yeah.
And this would still be an option to go straight.
All right, so, okay. All right. Any discussion? No? Well, we'll vote on it.
Yep. Aye.
Mr. Duncan?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Carries 5-0.
It's
Next-
unanimous, 5-0.
Next item on the agenda is item 9A, South El Camino Real and Esplanade intersection safety improvements.
All right. We'll report on that.
Zach Ponson is our presenter, and Ryan Kim.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Zach Ponson, your Assistant City Engineer. Tonight with me, I have Ryan Kim, our Senior Traffic Engineer. Tonight, per past council direction, we've been asked to come back after a pretty long history at this intersection. So tonight, we're looking at an update and return to council for an update and regarding the Esplanade and South El Camino Real intersection. If you recall, it's a pretty detailed staff report. I gave you a good history, I think. But, this intersection's been looked at in the recent times ever since Ralph's got its remodel. And then again in 2020, due to a lot of accidents at that intersection, staff came to council with a couple options, and it was voted upon to add delineators to help prohibit left turns from Esplanade and from the El Camino Real and from the Ralph's Plaza. We were getting quite a few accidents at that intersection, higher than normal. So the decision was made to install the delineators. At that time, staff then received a petition in July of 2021 from the neighbors of Avenida Barcelona, which is the street to the north, mostly with complaints of speeding and of an increased amount of traffic that got detoured to their street. In March of 2023, we got approval and then installed the speed bumps on Avenida Barcelona to try to help detour traffic away from that street. And council at that time told staff to, once the speed bumps are in, evaluate it and come back and let us know how things are going. The residents of that neighborhood have asked us to come back and with our presentation, and with that, we did analyze Barcelona. We found that in general, the speed has decreased slightly due to the speed cushions. The traffic count numbers from pre-delineators to after has apparently gone up anywhere from 300 to 390 vehicles a day. Increased. And so before it was roughly about 1,850 vehicles a day prior to the delineators. And afterwards, we got 2190, I think it was. And so I will add, most of these streets have continually seen their traffic increasing over time. So a couple of years before it, it was 1,700. And then before that, it was, slightly less than 1,700. So over the 10-year period, you're seeing traffic at a lot of these streets increasing. But Barcelona did increase at a higher rate than some of the other streets. So the accidents due to the installation of the delineators at Esplanade have gone from 9 in a 3-year period prior to their installation down to 0. So the delineators have done their job for sure. We've seen a couple accidents at the intersection of Barcelona. The details on those, I think it was a rear end waiting to get into Ralph's, and then a couple others that looked like they were also just in that intersection, which is pretty common at a lot of these intersections. There's a lot of rear ends on El Camino Real and then a lot of broadsides. Staff's recommendation is going to be to keep the delineators as they are. The other alternatives we've looked at in this area, or on the screen you'll see to the right the potential of a left turn pockets from El Camino Real onto these streets. Although staff would likely still try to prohibit left turns from Esplanade and the Ralphs, people would be more willing to do it and just disregard our painting. So we think accidents would technically probably go up with the left turn pockets. The other negative of the left turn pockets is the removal of about 6 to 8 vehicles of parking on El Camino Real in between Esplanade and Santiago. Obviously, During this analysis a couple years ago, staff did some surveys of the residents and the business owners. It was pretty clear that the residents all liked the delineators, the residents all liked the left turn pockets, and the business owners along there liked the delineators. And so right now we have other things we've looked at, adding a signal there. It's a little too close to the one at Barcelona. It would also still require the removal of that parking because you still need the left turn pocket. And then there's the huge cost of a new signal also. So staff's not recommending a new signal. A roundabout simply wouldn't fit. There's too many cars through that intersection to get a 2-lane roundabout. Even a single lane would likely leave little room for a sidewalk. And so even if you wanted to narrow El Camino around to 1 lane, it would still be too many vehicles for a single lane roundabout. With that, I believe staff's available for questions, if any come up.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a few questions. I'm sure we have a few public comments.
Yes, I'll call the first 3 speakers up. Lois McNichol, followed by Craig Twist, followed by Dustin Brady.
Okay, so this is a perfect example of how staff, I won't throw the council in here yet because you're just hearing about it now too, are ignoring residents because as they made it clear, the residents want the delineators removed. It's only the business owners that want to keep them. So therefore, staff want to keep them because they supposedly have decreased accidents from 9 to 0. But staff don't live there. How many of them have had speeding tickets or any kind of tickets? Because that's the reason why the residents don't want them. It's because of the fact that they have begun receiving increased amount of tickets. So the staff are beginning to sound a little bit like a dictator.
Craig Twist, followed by Dustin Brady, followed by Joe Menard.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, thank you for letting me speak and your service to our city. The latest traffic count, as Zach indicated, is 2,200 cars a day down our street, and traffic is still speeding at 28 miles an hour. So that would say that we're getting approximately 1,000 people going over 28 miles an hour. That's fast going down a neighborhood. Okay, we had the speed bumps installed. They didn't do a thing. All they are noise makers. On our street, we have experienced road rage, drivers screaming at people, physically getting out of their cars to confront neighbors that are merely trying to pull in and out of their driveways, and also chasing cars down to have a confrontation. This happens all the time in our neighborhood. 4 parked cars have been hit, 3 in which have been totaled. We have lost 5 dogs due to all the traffic because they don't have a chance. The owners don't even have a chance to get out of the house. The last one that got hit, 2 doors up from me, I heard him yell for the dog. By the time I went 30 feet from my desk in the house to the front door, the dog was hit. Okay? Cars are constantly making U-turns up and down Barcelona, especially towards the top 4 to 6 houses, attempting to get back to where they were originally trying to go, creating hazardous situations. The delineators have created an extremely dangerous situation for the children that live here. We have witnessed kids that run into the busy street to get their balls. Kids peeping their heads around parked cars and not realizing to look both ways before they cross. It's a disaster waiting to happen with that much traffic. The stress that has been created for the residents that live on Barcelona is absolutely unacceptable. We have all earned the right to live here, and we deserve to have a safe environment to raise our children and our grandchildren. There isn't one of you up there today that if you guys don't make a decision to correct this problem, you wouldn't go back to your own neighborhoods. You would be run out of your neighborhoods by your neighbors. If you came back to them and said, well, we're going to go with staff recommendation, we're just not going to do anything. We're going to remove an 8x8 sign that says beach this way. So, you know, you can keep your traffic, you can have the 2,200 cars a day going down, you know, our streets in our neighborhoods, okay? And so we just urge you to make a decision that restores the safety and the sanity to our streets. Thank you for letting me speak.
Dustin Brady, followed by Joe Menard, followed by Bob Conrad.
Hello, my name is Dustin Brady, and my wife and I own Lucky Dog Gelato. Owning the gelato shop with the support of the community has been very rewarding, and we appreciate everyone. With our community support, it has also been like a study in sociology, where I get to talk and learn of the varied opinions of our surrounding neighbors about issues like this or just life in general. I say that to point out I don't envy the city's job in topics like this because opinions are varied, and I respect the viewpoints of all sides. I truly do understand them. But I do have a strong opinion on this topic. As I have been proposing for over a year green curb parking in front of our store where red curb parking is now proposed. I've been worried about this because when Buena Forqueta opens up, parking will be extremely restricted in this area. Even when the underground parking at our building is open full time, like the pause, I don't control that parking structure, but when it's open full time and Buena Forqueta is open, there's gonna be a problem. My position, and I'm indifferent to the delineators themselves. I understand all sides. What I care about is if you take away the 8 spaces on El Camino Real, those 3 issues that I see, semi-trucking and delivery truck issues. They have a hard enough time driving in a straight line down the street. I see them driving over delineators all the time and just driving over lanes, and you have a slight curve in there. Create the unintended consequence of pushing traffic and parking down into the streets. This I'm sure none of my neighbors want. And you will damage my and my wife's business for sure by taking away that parking. Please don't destroy my business with this decision, and please look at my proposal for green parking regardless of if there's delineators or not. Just keep the parking. Thanks.
Joe Menard, followed by Bob Conrad, followed by Douglas Kilgore.
Good evening. I live west of El Camino, west of Ola Vista. I use El Camino all the time in both directions. When I'm coming towards Barcelona from the city center, I take a right on Barcelona, and maybe I'm a responsible driver. I find the cars go more slowly. I go way more slowly because when you go over the speed bumps, my car goes whoomp. Coming from the other direction, when I get off on El Camino from 5, I generally never get to Barcelona. I take Cristobal or Cordoba, wherever there's an opening in the traffic. I have no challenge turning left there. I don't need a light to turn left. It's rare that I even wait. And that's all hours of the day. I'm retired. I get there at all different kinds of hours of the day. And lastly, to the previous speaker's point, I enjoy their gelato, and I look forward to enjoying Buena Forqueta. I think those spots are not only important to those businesses, but you can have a cascade down Santiago, a cascade down whatever the side streets are, and whoever lives on those streets is going to suffer. So I think leaving it as it is, at least for my use case, works, and it saves money. So I would say leave it as is. Thank you.
Bob Conrad, followed by Douglas Kilgore, followed by Doug McIntosh.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to share. Bob Conrad, owner of Conrad Realtors, owned the building and the office in that location for 54 years, right on the corner of Esplanade and El Camino Real. This is somewhat of a continuing discussion that started 4 to 5 years ago. The delineators have stopped the huge number of accidents and near misses that occurred over a number of years. It was considered a test once installed, keeping people from turning left into Rouse, left out of Rouse, left out of Esplanade, left into Esplanade, driving across Rouse to Esplanade, and Esplanade across to Rouse. There's way too many driving options. I count 16 with one stop sign at Esplanade. Zebra Coffee has its in and out, and you've got Taco Bell with its drive-through as well. The we had two or three misses a day. We'd hear skids, honking, literally 2 to 3 a day. Accidents, I believe the numbers that we've been given are for serious accidents, because there was 2 to 3 a month that was either fender bender or not enough to call the emergency, but they were 2 to 3 a month. And so we basically, since the time the delineators have been put in, there's saved about 75 accidents, is the way I look at it. I had my own car that was, the car came ripping out of Rouse. I used to say they prayed and pushed the gas pedal. And so they rammed into the car going south, and then bounced off that car and hit my parked car and destroyed it. So really one accident, 3 parties were very much affected by that one accident. There are two scenarios that are at play here. Safety being one that I just talked about, eliminating 8 parking spots, having a direct negative effect on 6+ local businesses, as well as businesses across the street. It also affects the neighbors down the streets of Santiago and Esplanade, where all the overflow parking will go. The delineators should stay. I believe a curb following the width of the double yellow line should be installed, and the delineators installed on top. The curb and the delineators should be extended a little further, streets both directions, to keep people from driving on the wrong side of the road to get around them.
Thank you. We unfortunately have to have the next speaker,
Okay.
Mr. Conrad. Thank you. I presume 54 years ago, though, things were a little bit different.
A lot less traffic.
Thank you for your comments.
Douglas Kilgore, followed by Doug McIntosh, followed by Brian Haskins. Douglas Kilgore, not here. Doug McIntosh?
And who's after that?
Brian Haskins, followed by Sandra Mering.
Hello, my name is Doug McIntosh. I'm a resident on Esplanade. I'm also a small business owner here in town. I live about 4 doors down from Mr. Conrad's business on the south side of the street. I will be directly impacted by the parking being taken away, because that'll just come down to Esplanade on our street. Currently, I can park in front of my house. I will not be able to park in front of my house if this happens. Also, as Mr. Conrad pointed out, I am concerned about the delineators or something that turn lane, if that's put there, they solve the safety issues, because we all know coming out of Zebra and all that going there is just going to create more accidents. So I haven't seen a solution that really resolves that. And the fact is 3 years and no accidents really proves a point that safety is working, and safety should be the #1 concern in our community. Esplanade already takes a brunt of the traffic coming from T Street all the way up to South El Camino Real, because that's the most direct way. And so by changing this also will put more traffic. And we have the same situation. We have a lot of young kids on our street. We have dogs. We have all of that. We also have the speed bumps. So that does seem to be working to a degree and slowing down traffic. What else? That's about it. I just want to say I support the staff's recommendation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Brian Haskins, followed by Sandra Mehring, followed by Amanda Q.
Mayor, Council, I live on Barcelona, and I own a house on Esplanade. I've lived on Barcelona for 20 years, and I initiated the first traffic calming petition because of all the crashes at the bottom of Barcelona. And we appreciate all the efforts to sort of calm the traffic, but it really hasn't made much difference. The thing that did make the difference was those delineators increasing the amount of traffic up and down the street. And the problem isn't the speed on Barcelona, it's the folks coming up Ola Vista, hitting the crest of a hill, turning right over a couple of drainage ditches, and then crashing right near my house. So I know you looked at the safety at Esplanade, but you haven't looked at the safety at Barcelona and Ola Vista. So I'm in support of removing those delineators. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sandra Mehring, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Tim Brown.
All right.
Hello. This is a hard one. You got a lot of passionate residents. We've all lived on our streets. I'm a resident of Santiago, and I totally feel for the Barcelona situation, obviously the Esplanade situation, and feel really strongly about the Santiago situation. I've lived there for over 20 plus years, and I came here just because I loved our quiet streets and everything. And obviously with the building of new businesses on El Camino Real, with a new restaurant going in with Lucky Dog, it's kind of increased some traffic there. And I'm anticipating that when the restaurant opens, there's going to be, it's deemed to be a really hot Italian restaurant. It's going to be a lot more business, a lot more draw to that location. And I'm already nervous that the parking lot that supports a restaurant is not going to be enough to keep people off from commercial customers coming and parking on Santiago. So if you take away the delineators and add in the turn lanes and remove those 8 parking spots. And I work on Del Mar, and I come home and pass that section multiple times a day. And there is always up to 6 to 8 cars on that street. And those people will be pushed in front of the Esplanade Street and onto Santiago. And Santiago, if you drive down, is a really narrow street. We've got big cars. It's really a single car. You can't really, it's really difficult for 2 cars to even pass each other because you have parked cars. And then we have to have able to have pockets to pull over just to let someone go by. And if we have to support commercial customers on our residential neighborhood, that's just going to devastate. I won't even be able to park in front of my house. And who wants to buy a home and not be able to park your car and have to park down the street and walk to your own property that you've lived at for 20 plus years? So I understand this is a really difficult position because you've got passionate residents that live on Barcelona. But then, if you take those, if you remove the delineators and create accidents again, then that's on El Camino Real, if they're happening on Lower Barcelona, you guys got a tough decision to do. Who you're going to make happy and who you're going to keep upset. But if you do remove those 8 parking spaces, you're going to really hurt 6 businesses. I drive home and I see people driving in front of me to coast over and park on the curb to go in to get gelato at Lucky Dog. And I'm pretty sure a majority of their customers use that curb. I think that's why he's really passionate about it. The parking lot structure in his building is closed and locked up 80% of the time. So I know his current customers don't park in that structure. So you're going to remove 100% of his supportive parking that he's doing. So I kind of have a heart for him too. So this is a difficult one for you, but I really hope that whatever you decide to do, if you do remove the delineators and go back to what happened even before, just leave those parking spaces for the businesses and for Esplanade and Santiago residences.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Amanda Q, followed by Tim Brown, followed by Heather Brown.
I knew that Kathy Ward should have been here for the previous agenda item and possibly this one. I support the staff recommendation of keeping the delineators. Zach and I were talking about this afternoon and wondering how long the signal light at the corner of El Camino Real in Barcelona, and I think it was like 1963, 1964. And my recollection was like 1973. So I think it's important to keep those delineators there, and I'm glad that Mr. Conrad was here to speak on that behalf. The signal light, keeping the delineators is very important, and I understand the parking issue because when Buena Frusciata came, I think it was part of an agenda item, and parking was an issue. It was discussed for the parking structure. So taking those away will actually affect those plans that were basically or previously voted on by the city council. So I think that is something to think about, that those were considered back then. And so those parking spaces were considered back then, and then removing them when they haven't even opened, I think that's a really concern there. So I'm supporting the delineators for keeping them in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tim Brown, followed by Heather Brown.
Mayor?
Mayor, members of council, city staff. So this is a tough one. I wasn't on council when this was deliberated. And it is a difficult choice because obviously safety is paramount. And if you obviously eliminate a use, you're not going to have any more accidents. Akin to saying, hey, we closed down a park, we don't have any more maintenance, right? It's of course, that's going to be the case, but it just redirects the energy elsewhere, perhaps in safer ways, and I'll agree with that. And I have nothing but respect for Zach and staff on this question. Just a different thought. One of the things we would use was calming measures. For example, down at T Street, we had medians pushed out around those areas to create shorter walkways, but also to make it so that driving conditions slow down with friction. And it's never made sense to me why Esplanade has the center median discontinued after the alley. Because one of the biggest challenges with Esplanade is it's wide open. It is the widest opening onto El Camino Real other than Del Mar. And so what you get energy and space, and what a thought is speed, right? Speed. Everyone pulling out, going in because it's just so wide open. I'd like to maybe consider, and I'd be interested to hear staff on this, why not past the alley continue the median in a similar size to a point where obviously it's safe, prevents the Taco Bell traffic from pulling out directly into that lane of traffic, directs it in a safe way. But more importantly, it creates friction on traffic, on turns, on traffic, on all of that, to a point where it's a more careful drive, right? Instead of, when I used to take that left-hand turn, you could take a really wide, accelerated left-hand turn. You got cars coming out of Taco Bell and other things like that. I think that there's maybe some other ways of doing this other than outright prohibition. Constriction, creating friction, creating more thoughtfulness. Maybe there's a way of orienting the divider so that it will help to feed that solution a little bit. But I think the heart of the challenge here is you have a wide open, really broad roadway. I mean, you don't have this problem in Santiago. And the other 12 or 15 or 20 roads that go along that way. Why? Because it's such a narrow, constricted roadway coming out of each of those. By Adolfo's, Escalones, all these different places. Why is this the only intersection where this is the issue? It's because it's such a broad opening and it creates energy and availability and speed. It would be really interesting to contemplate as a council, what happens if we median out, right, that portion? What happens if we tighten up that intersection, bring the sidewalks in a little bit, and create it so that it's not such a fast, energetic thing. Taco Bell has to take a right out of that space. And more importantly, aesthetically, it would be more beautiful anyway. And so let me put it this way. I think even if the council goes to staff recommendation, because I love Zach and I love the work he does, and that feels as if that's kind of the presumptive feel, I do think that there's some additional thought that could be given on this. I don't think that, if all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And sometimes you don't have to prohibit everything, but maybe just consider a little bit of nuance and a little bit of a change.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Heather Brown.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council members. I'm excited to talk to you tonight about this. I'm a resident of Barcelona. It's a bummer that we're pitting neighbors against neighbors because I love a lot of the residents on Esplanade and Santiago and Trafalgar. So just hear me out. I feel like I was one of the people that wrote a letter. Our dog was killed on Barcelona by a speeder. They didn't pull over. They yelled at us. It was a disaster. With the increased amount of traffic coming up and down the street, when the study was it done in the middle of summer? Because it is so, I can tell you, there's times where I can't even get out of my driveway, and I'm about 4 houses from the top. We also have Casanos and Ralph's, and if you can't park in Ralph's or you can't park in Casanos, you're parking all the way down our street. So, you're putting residents out of their parking spots. And I don't want to put any businesses out. There is parking behind these structures, and there had to have been for them to open these restaurants and businesses. So it's unfortunate that they're having those problems. But I do feel like, kind of like reiterate what Craig said, the residents shouldn't have to be afraid to come out of their their driveway, or my teenagers to go off and be like honked at or yelled at, or, when they're practicing driving, they're really nervous anyway, kind of like I am right now. But they shouldn't have to feel stressed out when they're on our street. And it's so much traffic. I can't explain to you. You probably have in your neighborhood, you probably have about 5 or 6 cars on a given day, right? This is nonstop. I know if you opened up Esplanade, you would have a little bit of traffic alleviated, not on Santiago, because Santiago smacks right into Ola Vista. Because Cristobal and Barcelona are getting the heat of everyone coming to the beach. So I think that's part of it. We're in support of the alternate route. If you got rid of those medians and have people turning left, they would be able to use Esplanade, they would be able to use Santiago. I think also the ability to put something where it prevents people from turning left. I think the biggest accidents you were getting were going left out of the Ralph's parking lot, and to prevent that with maybe some kind of tracker that forces people to go right. The other thing that I want to say is we have had so many, a kind of a changeover in our neighborhood on Barcelona. We have so many little kids. We've had about 7 or 8 families move into that street. And I would hate for us to be coming back to you guys saying, why would you could have prevented somebody from losing a child. So, that's the mother thinking, that's the emotional side of this argument. Not that I want you to put anybody else at risk, because accidents are going to happen. But with those delineators it prevents so much traffic down our street. It becomes intolerable. So I'm just pleading with the council to give it more thought and take those delineators away. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
That was our last
All right.
speaker.
So we'll have some questions. This is really one of the tougher decisions that we face, where there's, sometimes you say, what's the good solution? Where's the compromise? And who wants to? Yeah, it is. Who wants to start this discussion?
Well, I've got a question. What was the primary cause of collision for those 9 accidents or whatever happened before?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I'm guessing a lot of rear ends and then broadsides. So left turn movements are the broadsides, and then El Camino is known for its rear ends just because of people suddenly turning left.
Okay, is there anything else besides taking out the beach this way sign or whatever on the side streets there? Is there any other kind of mitigation that can be used, like flashing pedestrian kid sign or
So
anything?
in our traffic calming toolbox, we call it, there are other options. We went with the speed cushions kind of pretty quick. Normally our toolbox says go with a couple other things first. Electronic speed feedback signs is one of the things that we've been doing. It's been shown to at least have some effect. You need permission from the houses, the 4 neighbors right where you're putting it. So it would be something that goes through the planning commission, comes back to city council. So that is one of the toolboxes. Tim Brown brought up bulb outs. That is in the toolbox too. Cost-wise, it gets up there quite a bit. But it is in our toolbox of also doing street narrowing and like bulb outs like that, to where it enters and kind of have that effect of a narrower street when you come into it. That would be done on Esplanade, not on Barcelona though, because that's more of the wider street that can handle it. I don't think you have room on Barcelona to do a bulb out or anything like that.
And if you did the bulb out and removed the delineators, you think the bulb outs would have a significant?
It might have an effect on slowing people down as they turn in, as Mr. Brown said, but at the same time, I don't think it'll stop people from turning left coming out. And so that's one thing that in our staff report, I mentioned the LSRP, the Local Road Safety Plan, and the consultant that looked at several high accident areas in the city. They recommended a median. To me, technically, the median and the delineators does the same purpose. I think the median may actually lead to some accidents of people just simply colliding into it, because it'd be the only median in all of El Camino Real. So that's why staff's recommendations was stay with the delineators and be similar to our consultant of having that physical barrier that protects those turn movements.
Thank you.
Chris?
Is there an alternative where you would remove the delineators and not have the red curb in front of the one Santiago and the shops there? I mean, I get the understanding of the left-hand pocket turn, but before the delineators, there wasn't that, right?
Correct.
There was accidents.
Yes.
Okay. Is that I guess there's no alternative that would prevent the accidents and not, and I see Ryan nodding over there, and not take away the red, or not take away the parking. Is that the conclusion that you guys have
It's a
come to?
tough one, and this was brought up even back as far as Ralph's. I was here during that, and the proposal was to add a left turn pockets there. And when they put it in, somehow they forgot to put in the red curb. So Mr. Conrad correctly notified us the day it got striped, you need to red curb this now. If somebody parks there, they're gonna get hit. And so it was returned back to its original condition, left that way for the 9 years up until about 2020, when the accident rates were just seen as exceedingly high at this intersection. And I think it has a lot to do with, like several of the speakers said, there's just so much going on. You got the store with unfamiliar people, visitors from the state parks, from their beaches. They're not as familiar with it. So a lot of people that just aren't as familiar with crossing El Camino Real. You got a wide intersection. You got a lot of stuff going on. The zebra copy house drive-through. It's not an ideal situation, obviously. And I will answer one thing. The study was done. It sounds like people are misreading something. Wasn't done in November. It was done in July. And so all the studies of the previous years were all similar months that we're comparing them to.
I have a question here. So you don't like option A, you don't like option B, maybe there's an option C to consider here. Is there any thought at all of looking at this as a bigger picture issue of not just this section here, but more of El Camino Real in general, and going down from 4 lanes to 3 lanes with a center divide being one of those lanes, slowing down traffic, adding other parking areas, and just doing a complete relook at how we envision South El Camino Real?
I might defer to Ryan on this a little bit, but we are doing that with South El Camino Real from the county line up to Mendocino at the golf course area. And that works down there due to the low amount of vehicles per day traffic. Doing that up here, we start getting into, he's correctly pointing out, our arterial roads and our secondary arterial lanes have to be 4 lanes. So you're looking at a general plan amendment. You're looking at working with OCTA, because this is listed as probably on the MPAH, Master Plan of Arterial Highways, because that's where, anytime we look into that consideration, it's going to be a lot of studying. It is definitely something with our bicycles. It would be ideal too to try to squeeze in a dedicated bike lane.
I thought we were There was a plan to do that at North El Camino Real.
North El Camino Real, it came, I wasn't involved in it, but it did come to a council for a vote, actually.
And that would have required a general plan amendment to do the bike lanes and bring it to two lanes?
I believe so. I
Okay.
don't remember what that application was, but it did come, at least with the concept plan. And looking at that area, I would have concerns about the amount of backup on that area of even that area.
Steve, did you have a?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, I'm trying to recall how many delineators there are on an entire stretch of Camino Real. Is this the only location?
This is the only location, yeah, this is the only
So if we
location.
removed the delineators and kept the parking, like Chris suggested, it would look basically like everything else on Camino Real all over town, right?
Correct.
But then we run the risk of more accidents right there.
Thank you.
So, any questions, Rick?
Yeah, again, I'm not, I'd have more of an idea if I knew what the primary cause of the collisions were in this area, because that's something you can take care of with enforcement. You know, that's what you generally do when you have a problem in a city of a lot of traffic accidents. You send your traffic enforcement out to enforce the laws that were broken when, that caused the accident. So,
I don't know that there was broken laws. I think it was people going, what is that, northbound and taking that left, right, to get onto Esplanade. Is that?
There's always a primary cause to a traffic collision on a public street. It's not just, oh, well, there's always something that caused it, whether it's a illegal left-hand turn, following too closely, speed. There's always something that causes, especially when you have a large number of accidents at one location. So I like the idea of turning this back into El Camino Real that goes all the way through the entire city, including the parking spaces, and just try to address the issues that were causing the traffic accidents. That's just the police officer in me talking. I don't know.
Okay. Any other discussion? Well, let me ask you this. You've obviously studied this and looked at it from a million different ways. Had you looked at enforcement before?
It's an interesting one. I was just kind of silently talking to Ryan when we were about the accidents. It sounds like a lot of them are listed as turning movements. Mm-hmm. And then El Camino Real, like I said before, is a lot of rear ends. I think the rear end, if you drive it enough, the car immediately behind it sees the blinker, he gets over. It's the car behind that then hits the person.
What about just enforcement on Barcelona of the speed?
In Barcelona for the speed is, I don't know if right now you're getting an 85th percentile at 28. And so if in terms of speed, that we can put the radar trucks out there on Barcelona. We can ask for additional enforcement for sure. That's actually in our toolbox also. In terms of the movements at the intersection, posting somebody out there to ticket illegal movements could potentially reduce it, but at the same time, I don't know if it'll reduce the accidents though either.
Is there anything else in your toolbox that we've not reviewed?
There's bot dots and a few other things that we've tried and end up getting taken away actually.
There's silver bullet in the
What's
toolbox?
that?
Silver bullet in there? I guess not.
Magic silver, but this is definitely a tough one. And that's why when Ralph's came in, if you remember correctly, there was a 3-story development proposed there. Akram and myself and the city engineer were looking at potentially trying to flip the intersection over because there was so much traffic being proposed 4 feet away from the store front door. So the doors would open and next thing you know, you got 3 levels of commercial development trying to go through there. So we looked at, should we get rid of the Barcelona signal and move it over to this other side? Once Ralph's turned into simply a remodel, that kind of went out the door. But we included a condition that they would restripe the street. They did, but then we undid it pretty quickly.
All right. City Manager?
What would the alternative be if no left-hand turns were allowed on any of those 3 roads?
I mean, it's simply, right now, they're marked for no left turns and they work because of the delineators. You can keep them out there with the signs.
I
We
mean,
can
on
try to,
Barcelona and
Santiago.
Santiago as well.
of no left turns, and then they're all gonna go to Cristobal.
Just in
and then
that
they're
stretch.
Yeah, so then they're just gonna go to Cristobal or Cadiz or Trafalgar, which
Are any of those roads better alternatives? or-
most of those are similar to Santiago and 25 feet wide. I'm forgetting if Santiago's 25 or 30, but a couple of those streets are actually only 25 feet wide, where they almost are one-way streets. So Esplanade is, historically, the Esplanade was where the horse carriages ran downtown. And so that was gonna be the main route to the beach, and that's why when the Rouse was redeveloped, it made sense to try to flip it.
What would it take to move, is this is even a possibility at all, of moving that signal from Barcelona to Esplanade? I'm just throwing things out there.
My calculator's going in my head. Yeah, you got quite a bit financially in there. We'd have to look at that. Right now, they're re-signalizing, we're synchronizing, obviously, with the previous subject. So that has to get redone, but you're looking at 4 new intersections, and I don't want to throw out a number yet, but pretty expensive.
So if we could backtrack just a little bit, to keep people from turning left, coming out of Ralph's, turning left to go down to State Park, you have signs there now, or
I
no,
don't
that
think
would
there
say
are
no
signs
left
there
turns?
now. That was one of the alternatives.
Putting signs.
If we went with the left turn pockets, we would approach Ralph's to try to get some sort of prohibition signage up there.
And if
maybe
you
even
didn't
paint
have,
the
and if you
pork
didn't
chop.
have a left turn pocket, you could do the same thing with the no turn signs. no left.
Correct. So we would try to get them to agree to put a pork chop or something that even prohibited a left turn.
You know, my thinking on this, Mr. Mayor, is that I appreciate what staff has done and the recommendation for safety. I think the safety issues can be addressed, and my preference would be that we remove the delineators and keep the parking spaces and encourage our police department to patrol that area. So I'll make a motion on that line when it's appropriate.
Is there a second to that?
Can I ask
Before we attempt to get a second, let's have you ask your question, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, sure.
Not against this, just
Yeah, sure, sure.
If that were to happen, I guess we'd have to do a second and then have discussion on
Let's
that.
have a second,
Yeah.
if there is a second.
I'll second.
All right, there's a second. All right, let's have discussion.
So if we have that, to get rid of the delineators, is it possible to keep the parking there on El Camino Real?
It would just simply return it to pre-2020 conditions.
And no left-hand turn pocket?
We can still put a no left-hand turn on Esplanade and then work with Ralph's to see if they're willing to put up some signs. I went through their conditions of approval to see how much wiggle room I have. We didn't exactly include something like that. It was design the street and to the satisfaction of the city engineer, not come back 12 years later.
But we wouldn't need to red curb the parking
No,
in
you
front
would
of
not.
Lucky Dog or?
No, you would not. To return it to pre-2020, it would just simply remove the delineators. Staff would then recommend still keeping the no left turn off of Esplanade and try to work with Ralph's to prohibit that.
All right. Any other discussion?
Call for the question.
All right, the question has been called for. Mr. Duncan?
Aye.
Mr. Loeffler?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right.
Thank you.
Did this without Jay here, that's good. Setting up some enforcement now.
I don't know
We'll
what
have
they're
more
gonna do.
enforcement. So,
Legal left turn. It's
It'll
just
be illegal.
Bad timing.
Illegal left turn out of Ralph's?
yeah. All right, next item on the agenda.
Item 9B, consideration of adopting policy number 702-7 entitled Guidelines for Naming Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Facilities.
All right. Do we have a report?
Samantha Wiley is headed up.
Yeah, we're,
Minute break?
let's, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, 5-minute break.
Nice talking to you, Samantha.
You guys, I'll take it as a 5-0.
Just go ahead and stop it.
Moving on.
Is everybody here?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. She'll be-
We're going to come back to session. All right.
And Mayor, I'll just announce the item one more time.
Yeah, those in the back of the, can we take the discussions outside? Thank you. Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is item 9B, consideration of adopting policy number 702-7, entitled Guidelines for Naming Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Facilities.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. Before you this evening is consideration of adopting a formal policy that will facilitate the city's procedures and naming its publicly owned facilities. The city currently doesn't have a formal policy in place. The commission reviewed this policy that came out of the Funding and Sponsorship Subcommittee as a recommendation. And the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission is recommending approval of the attached policy. I will be brief in my report. Essentially, there's three broad categories that the commission's recommending for inclusion in this policy when we look at naming a city facility or property. That's location, significant events, people, places, and principles. And the third category is a major donation or contribution. I think it's important to note that while this is a policy, there is a procedure to implementing this that includes an application process. And of course, City Council has the final say in any naming activity that goes on. And that would also include any donation or contribution that is accepted. I also want to note that this is separate from the CARE program. We also, this council may recall that we have a well-established CARE program that speaks to specifically to amenities like park benches and park tables. This is separate from that. This is the naming of a park, the naming of a field, or some other facility within a park or city facility. The CARE program will not be impacted by this. We will continue to manage that policy and program as council adopted it several years ago. With that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Public comment first. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, one speaker card. Lois McNichol.
Okay, so are we going to start naming parks or park benches after Honda or Isuzu or Apple computers? I mean, do you have any like procedures or any rules or guidelines on how these other things would be named and whether or not they could be, like say Wrigley Field? That sounds a lot better than Staples Center. I mean, come on, we need to talk about whether or not we want something that is going to be named after maybe a famous person or a famous baseball field, or do we want simply to call it, let's call it Apple Computer, or something like that. So that's what is bothering me about this proposal, is that what would be the rules and the guidelines regarding how these other things would be named? Because quite frankly, I think we have enough stadiums and other things throughout the country that are named after products. And we're not thinking about naming them after people or any other, even a famous day or some other great event. We aren't naming those, our great stadiums and everything, after those anymore. We're sort of going back and saying, okay, never mind. We can name it after a car or a computer or whatever. So that would be my biggest issue with this particular thing. And because I've seen too much of it, and I see too much of it now, and I see too much of it everywhere, and I'm really getting tired of listening to Honda Field and Busch Stadium, and it's like, you know what? I really would like to see it maybe named after a famous person, or because I think that makes a big difference in whether or not people are going to go to those places, or people are going to relate to those things, like your park benches and whatever. But would you want your park bench named after a computer or something like that? No, I think you would want your park bench named after, say, maybe a famous person in San Clemente that did something that was very, very nice. They're very good for the city. And they said, oh, okay, let's name that bench after this person because he did all of these wonderful things for the city. So that was my only issue there.
Thank you. And today's your lucky day because we are going to evaluate the policy for naming. And so do we have any questions about the policy and the?
Yeah, I just have one or two questions here. So in terms of one of the issues here was financial and buying and naming rights to this. Do we have any parks that do that currently in San Clemente, where we have gained monetary benefit from that?
So the only park that has ever had the opportunity to have a monetary donation and a naming right is Vista Hermosa Sports Park. The city has a number of named parks. Many of them are named after individuals, and those individuals have made a significant sacrifice for the city or a contribution to the city. But the intention of this policy, as we look at potentially naming a park after a commercial entity, is there would have to be a significant dollar donation attached to that naming right. And this policy doesn't speak to limits and levels of donation, because that staff and the commission feel that's going to vary on a case-by-case basis. The naming rights to Vista Hermosa Sports Park would be different than potentially something like Pico Park. That's apples to oranges, and users and experiences. So that would be a case-by-case basis if it's something that large.
Would Courtney Sandcastle not be in that category?
Courtney Sandcastle, we consider it named after a person who made a contribution to the city, and that kind of goes after that one item of people, as does Maxburg, Richard T. Steed, Jim Johnson. Those folks are all individuals who did something or brought something for the city in a different way.
Is there any fear with this of renaming parks that are already named after individuals in order to gain monetary funds?
Certainly, it's always a possibility, but I do think that the goal is that this policy embodies our enduring principles. So if the city council and the city as a whole seeks to honor members of the community who have made a lasting impact, I don't think it's in the city's best interest to rename an existing park. Richard T. Steed is a great example of that. He died in the line of duty for the citizens of San Clemente. I don't foresee us naming that park over. There is a potential that as Steed Park expands, and whether it's pickleball or a dog park or a soccer field, those fields or amenities within Steed Park could get named. Certainly, that's an option. But Steed Park would stay as its own entity, if that makes sense.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm glad to see this, and thank you, Samantha, and to the commission, I guess, for working on this. And this came up probably somewhat related to my efforts to explore renaming Vista Hermosa Sports Park or parts or fields within it after John Flagler, a firefighter who did die in the line of duty and was a meaningful contributor, in my mind, to the greater San Clemente community and a family guy. That was a difficult process because we didn't have a procedure, right? So it was hard to handle. And I think this is going to add a little context to that, and there'll be a process that goes through. And look, the city council gets to make the ultimate call on all of this stuff, right? Ultimately, so I think this this sets some good parameters and, to work under for the commission and for the city council. So, I think it's going to be helpful in moving forward there. And I have heard out there are groups that do want to kind of explore bringing some monetary benefit to different fields and amenities within parks. And I think, why not take advantage of that, especially because we got that presentation today about revenue, right? So any revenue source we should be looking at least and considering, and so we can do that here. And I think we can strike the balance between sort of just a payoff and in a versus a contribution linked to an individual or business perhaps that has had that really meaningful impact for the city. So thanks for bringing this.
Rick, anything?
Word.
All right, yeah, I don't think there's much other discussion. You did an extraordinary job. I liked, compared to the old policy, it's quite a change. So does someone want to move to?
I'll move to, what is it, to adopt is it a resolution?
Yeah, 24-38.
It's a resolution, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we don't need to read it. Yeah, I will move it.
Second?
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much, Samantha. All right.
Next item, pardon me. Next item on the agenda is consideration of providing direction on establishing fees for play upon pickleball courts.
Is that you, Samantha?
That's me
also?
again.
All right.
Hi, Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director. This report is seeking direction from the City Council to go forward with evaluating and bringing back proposed fees for the use of the pickleball courts, for play upon those courts. This is a derivative of a conversation about increasing our revenue, certainly, which is what you've heard through the LTP, but also ensuring that we are being good stewards of our public facilities and not continuing to overly subsidize certain entities over others. Charging fees for the use of our facilities is standard practice in recreation. You all know that through our rental fees for parks, for fields. User groups have to pay for those. You have to pay to swim. You have to pay to use the community center. So fees are standard within recreation. And while the city aims to provide low cost and affordable and sometimes free, like tennis courts and basketball courts, we aim to provide those amenities at free or no cost. But oftentimes when we are faced with a new amenity that has high usage and there's a want for its growth, looking at fees is a great way to return revenue, but also look at the future potential of the sport as well. So tonight, and the staff recommendation was to take this to the Beaches, Parks and Recreation for further consideration. Staff would recommend to expedite the process to return to council, and we feel confident that we can come back in April with a full report. I want to note that charging for the use of pickleball courts is becoming more common practice within the area and nationally as well. So part of our study of fees and proposed fees will include looking at what other facilities and agencies are doing, but also looking at just our minimum cost recovery as our own agency, whether that's through the use of staff time or recouping costs from prior development and construction.
All right. Thank you. Well, do we have any comments?
We do have a couple of comments. Lois McNichol, followed by Christopher Butler.
I think we're missing the point on pickleball here. I'm glad you're going to charge them fees because I know as a tennis player, I've had to pay a lot to play tennis. So therefore, that's great. However, I'm a runner, so I run along the Coast Highway. And for the very first time, I heard what pickleball sounds like. Because at the beach club, the tennis courts have been converted into pickleball courts. And people are playing there every morning. And it is extremely loud. I know you've heard that before, but I've never heard what it sounded like. And since I now run there every day, and I'm listening to what these, I didn't know what it was. That's how strange it was. I had never heard a pickleball court in play. I'd never heard it before. And when I ran past it and I heard these loud noises, I was in shock. And that, for the first time, I could understand why I'd heard all these other neighbors get up here and residents tell you, my God, we can't stand it. It's horrible. The pickleball is driving us crazy. It is so loud. So for the very first time, when I heard it myself, that was the first time I understood why everybody was coming up here and telling you how obnoxious pickleball was. Because it is. It really is. I mean, you really need to go and hear it for yourself.
Thank you. Next.
Chris Butler?
Hello again. First of all, yeah, I think just like with all of our other facilities, we need to sustain them and grow them. And my dream is a premier city that has beautiful parks. And one way to do that is make sure we can pay for them. And I think it just shows a sense of ownership. You know, I'm sure they'll look at this when they're evaluating. It's, you know, maybe it's a subscription for the local residents, and then, you know, our out-of-towners pay a different fee or something like that. I mean, we definitely have an influx of people coming from other communities coming in to play at our superior facilities now. On that note, I would like to suggest a further evaluation. You know, with some previous councils, there was a pretty ambitious plan made for Steed Park for this big development down the road, and I don't know, $12 million, $14 million, whatever it's going to come out to. And the realities of that, I think a lot of promises from the community and private individuals that we could get this funding from, you know, naming or whatever, but that's probably a big challenge. And I think, you know, maybe the recommendation is also look at what the reality is of potentially going back and using what we already have at Steed, and then looking at San Gregorio for some courts in the back area and spreading it out a little bit, and then using our fees to spread out the love a little bit in the community. Because, I mean, just from the feedback I've seen, the bigger picture development, even though we continue having to work on plans and the drawings, is there really a way to pay for that? And do we really need something of that size in one place? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers?
Heather Brown?
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. I'm sorry, this is so random that it just happened to be on the same night that I was looking at the other item, but just because I love pickleball so much, I just want to throw my 2 cents in. I also agree that we've got these amazing facilities. I think there was the hope that something else was going to be built. I don't think people would be opposed to paying a fee. However, I do know there are a lot of restricted, I don't know how you say this politically correct, but older people that don't have the money to afford that. I know at Lifetime they do a Medicare program that allows people to pay $10 a month to get access to courts there from 10 to 2. So I'm wondering if you could maybe make that possible. I know that they actually do like to play from like 6 to 8. Just throwing that out there. I also do feel like if you are going to take fees and money, you know, I do see lights on the soccer fields open on all night with maybe 20 players. I would suggest maybe the opportunity to take some of the money that is used for, we've gained, you know, we raised money in the past for lights for San Gregorio, and that didn't necessarily work out, but maybe looking forward to more donations from our own local community to get lights for the Steed Park, you know, because the facilities are busy all day long. Every day, all day, you could go there every day. I know people would be more open to using other facilities like Chris had mentioned throughout the city if there was pickleball courts other places and kind of disperse people, but you would have that, you know, resident fee of, you know, $100 a year or whatever it is, so you could use different facilities around the town. And I also would suggest maybe opening the hours of the parks for pickleball because of daylight savings time to be earlier and later. I know that's probably going to come up again in April when this issue comes up. I'm sure word is going to spread pretty fast that these items are up there. And so I don't think the community is against paying for it. I would just maybe suggest, they're a good community of people that are playing up there, and they're very respectful and very clean. And I think you're not getting a lot of people leaving trash and things like that. I do notice that there's the maintenance that you're spending on tennis courts and basketball courts that you're giving to the community for free. Seems like with pickleball, even though you want to take care of some of the costs that you spent there, I do feel like this is a sport that's probably not going away, and it's probably going to get bigger. It might be smart to embrace the idea of making it more readily available all over. And at the high school, I know that they're kind of getting programs started there too as well. So I would just suggest maybe looking to see where you're going to put that money. And if you are going to raise money, maybe look into putting lights there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other
No other speakers.
comments? All right, then we can start. Maybe we get a sponsor, the Chris Duncan lighted courts.
Yeah, if that lottery ticket comes in, I'll be there.
Go ahead.
I'll lead it off. Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things. I think, we made a huge investment in this first-class facility. It is very busy because it's really in good shape, right? It's night and day between San G and the new courts that we have, and that was a meaningful commitment by the city to do that. But it's important, just like at the aquatic center, that that we're responsible with the city funds and make sure that because everybody paid for it, but really the people who play pickleball are the ones who are getting to use it. So it does account for some of that. As far as a larger facility, and just on that point, and this is, I guess, for Samantha or any facility, if we have a fee-based system, will that require staff to monitor those particular courts to ensure that people actually did pay the fee, or and that's how they're getting access to the courts?
Yes, in my professional experience, as soon as you start charging or requiring the use of a fee, you need to have staff on site to monitor and provide some level of regulation. For pickleball, I foresee it as a pretty simple staffing operation. Think about the aquatic center. Many of those folks are hourly part-time staff, and they work a 4 to 6 hour shift, and then they go home for the day. That would assimilate very well for pickleball. The infrastructure to set up staff either at Steed or San Gregorio is minimal. If you look at the baseball fields, there's a small ticket booth right at the entry. They're taking ticket sales to get into the park there, and most people don't even realize that. So again, a very small footprint for staff, but having staff on site does guarantee a high quality of service as well. But part of the fee structure would incorporate those costs into the use fee.
Okay. And as far as a larger project at Steed, just to clarify on that, I mean, I don't know that anybody anticipates that the city would fund a project of the magnitude that has been potentially planned, right? This would be a private investor coming in and wanting to make it happen. And there are private investors out there that could do a large project like that where we could have a competition facility. And then you're talking like real money, because the amount that the PPA or Major League Pickleball would pay to do a large competition in San Clemente, which is like the capital of the pickleball world, would be quite substantial. So that would be a system where I'm sure they would manage, the private developer would manage that and charge a fee, but then also we would be able to, to take advantage of having that larger competition there. So just to clarify that point, I think everyone's hoping and thinking that that would be a private investor that would come in for that larger facility, even though it is part of our master plan for our park. That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I did have one concern that was brought up, especially with those on fixed incomes, or those maybe who are just wanting to try pickleball for the first time. I would like to see when you come back with your plans, maybe there's some way to do a certain hour in the day that it's either reduced cost or it's free, or maybe a certain day itself, a Monday or something. I don't know. But it'd be nice to have that as an option, and then our council can decide if that is appropriate or not. And I mean, that goes beyond just pickleball. I'd love to see something like that for even our aquatic center. I know it's going beyond the scope of this conversation, but how can we help those with fixed incomes, with who are struggling to enjoy some of the amenities that we have? What opportunities can we have for that our population there?
Yeah,
I want to talk about it because we do have some of those programs, so.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Mayor Pro Tem. What the speaker was referring to is the Medicare program, or Silver Sneakers, and that's actually a program that my team's been looking into in the last couple of months for implementation at the Aquatic Center, or if there's any opportunity to get some costs or lower costs for even water aerobics or a yoga class. Our senior population is important, and they're using a lot of our facilities, and we don't want to forget that. So when we come up with a fee structure, as is typical, there's always a senior rate, there's always a resident rate. We always want to make sure our residents are getting the best rate ahead of non-residents. So staff will be prepared to bring back a fee schedule that differentiates those. I do think open play for certain time periods for seniors, that's really easy to do. It's easy to build a structure and a schedule once fees are set. That's easy implementation, and I heed that direction from council pretty clearly that we want to make sure that we're not eliminating access to certain populations, but fostering it. I also want to note that, and just recently, again, Aquatic Center, but similar structure, we've seen a little bit of an uptick in folks and families looking for scholarships for our swim passes. We've never previously funded swim passes with scholarships, but because of the generous donations from the Friends Foundation, we're able to accommodate the scholarship request.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that last part.
And so our goal would be to continue that opportunity where if you're a fixed income or low income family or single family household, then you would be eligible for a scholarship, even for pickleball use.
We also do that with softball and
Yes.
soccer, correct?
Yes.
Someone can't afford to be on a team, or we encourage the teams to include.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Rick?
Yeah, just a couple of things. And I'm sure the Friends Foundation, which was named the 2023 Nonprofit of the Year for San Clemente, by the way, that Friends Foundation we're talking about. Shameless plug.
Yes, that's the one.
That one, okay, yeah, I'm sure they'd be willing to participate. I think we should charge for pickleball. I think it should be earmarked, and if we want lights for pickleball, it should come out of that fund, and it'll help us, improve our pickleball situation. The one thing about the staff recommendation, it says to ask the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission to review the possibility of establishing fees. I think they should be directed to come up with a model for fees, not to decide whether we should have fees or not. That's my feeling anyway.
Yeah, I think the request is to maybe bypass that and come directly back to council, just so that, because they only meet every other month or so, and it'd be nice to kind of get this thing moving quickly.
Well, that's what I'm
That's not
saying.
what it says,
It
though.
says the staff recommendation is to direct Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission to review the possibility of establishing fees. I think the direction should be to come up with a model for charging for pickleball.
But actually, what we're looking for is not to send it to Beaches, Parks.
Oh.
To get there, maybe consult with some of them in the committee, but not send it there, because that entails.
Do not direct, okay,
That
review.
Bring it
entails-
straight back to council.
Oh, recommendation, action, I saw the last recommendation, I'm sorry. Okay,
yeah.
well then, yeah, never mind.
All right. But I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it would be wise to consult with some of the members of that committee, and I think they have a meeting before you come back. But also, there's several organizations in San Clemente that have leadership positions, or have coalitions or groups of pickleballers, to reach out to all those groups and get there. I'm sure you're already thought about all that, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I think it's necessary to reach out to all those groups and any other interested parties to socialize this across the community, make sure that we get their input also.
Absolutely. When we return to council, it'll be advertised as a public hearing because it's related to fees. So
Was that the first or second week in April?
second week is our goal.
Was that a motion?
Second meeting.
And
Third week of April to come back to the council.
There's no, any further discussion? Does someone want to make a motion then?
I'll move that the staff recommendation that we do not direct staff and the BPR to review the fees for play at the pickleball courts, but to come back with council for what is going to be our first meeting, what would normally be the second meeting in April.
Second.
All right, any discussion? None?
Well, just, I think we should add some of the Mayor Pro Tem's comments, just as far as direction. I think, Samantha, you understand that, right?
Isn't that what they do don't you always look at that, the affordability, the scholarships, all that? Isn't that always part of your plan when you?
It certainly will be, but if you want to have the motion include that, but I understand there's a want for.
Community input.
As long as you know the direction.
I think we all agree with that.
Okay.
That favors residents and that accounts for people who might not have the means to pay the full fee and adjust for all those kind of things, including times of play and things like that.
Sure, absolutely.
All those in favor?
Do you accept that amendment?
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Did you, I'm sorry, did I move too fast?
Well, I want to make sure that the mover of the motion accepted the.
No, absolutely.
Well, you weren't were you the mover of the motion?
Yeah.
I think was it you? Okay, perfect. Great.
So let's get back on
All right,
track.
aye.
You're,
Aye.
Aye.
aye,
Yes.
aye. We're all ayes. All right, thank you, Samantha.
Three guys moving a piano.
Yeah,
Okay,
next item.
we heard 9D earlier in the meeting, so we're moving on to 9E, consideration of support for Assembly Bill 2574, Valencia Alcoholism or Drug Abuse Recovery or Treatment Facilities.
All right, this is very similar to what we've already unanimously passed, so I don't know if you want to say something, or I'm
Sure.
ready to move it.
Yeah, there,
Well,
We do have two
Oh,
speakers.
we have speakers, oh, okay. Let's hear our speakers.
I want Sarah to
Oh,
think
you'd
she
like
raised
to
my
hear
hand.
the
We don't
speakers
have
first?
we don't have a presenter on this, no.
No, okay.
Yeah, it's all right, let's hear our speakers.
Lois McNichol, followed by Sarah Schneider.
I'm very disappointed, sorry, because I know all about sober living homes. And they are not sober living homes. The people in those homes do not have any regulations or any rules that state that they must remain sober. And as a matter of fact, they don't. So that's why the residents that live around sober living homes have such a problem living there, because of the fact that the residents of the sober living homes are not remaining sober and are taking their fun out into the street. So therefore, this is really a bad idea for San Clemente. We've already gotten rid of more than one sober living home because of this very issue. Because of the fact that the residents who were in the sober living home weren't sober. So therefore, we need to take another look at this. We do not need to support this because it is not going, this is not going to be supported by the residents of San Clemente. They've already gone through this issue, and it's already been a problem.
Thank you.
Sarah Schneider.
Who can shed some light on this?
Okay. Thank you to Avelino Valencia for introducing AB 2574, regulating addiction healthcare. Thank you to Mark Enmeyer and Chris Duncan for bringing this up for a vote tonight. When this bill passes, it will directly benefit our neighborhood in San Clemente. We recommend fighting like hell to get these bills passed. As our neighborhood has been thrust into chaos from this industry, I have had one very big question. Why do the people up north not care about this? So I decided to analyze the data to see if it could give me some answers. The results are stunning and demonstrate that Orange County has been unfairly targeted with addiction care industrialization. We must fight back. First slide, please. What is the overall state strategy for licensing drug and alcohol recovery facilities? Create a massive income-generating industry saturated in one part of the state, or provide reasonable access across the state evenly distributed throughout our counties for people wishing to recover from addiction. The data clearly shows the state has no strategy, and Orange County carries an unfair burden. Based on this data, we recommend no more state licenses be issued in Orange County and reduction measures be enacted. All new state licenses should only be issued in Northern California for equitable access. Let's take a look at the data. Next slide. There are 1,801 state licensed facilities in the state of California. This is their distribution by county. As you can see, LA and Orange County comprise half of the total licenses. Next slide. We also need to look at population, as theoretically it makes sense to have more facilities in more populous areas. On the left, you can see SoCal is 60% of the state population, yet we comprise 75% of the state licenses. Already there's an imbalance. Let's look closely at Orange County. Next slide. I decided to evaluate 2 counties in Northern California of equal population to Orange County. Santa Clara County and Alameda County, home to San Jose and Oakland, have a total of 3.6 million people combined. Orange County has 3.1 million people. We should have slightly less state licensed facilities. In fact, we have a whopping 85% of the licenses, 337 compared to only 31 in Santa Clara County and 30 in Alameda County. This is egregiously unfair and a massive burden on our infrastructure and resources and neighborhoods. No wonder why Sacramento has no idea what's going on. Next slide. To determine equitable licensing distribution, I came up with a licensing rate, which is the total number of licenses divided by total population. This variable then can be multiplied across county populations to yield the desired number of licenses for equitability. Orange County should only have 145 for our population. Next slide. Let's look at percent adjustments required for equitable distribution. Orange County would need the biggest reduction of any county in the state, reducing by 50%. Shockingly, Northern California will require massive increases ranging from 296% to 50% in Sacramento. Orange County should file a lawsuit immediately against the Department of Healthcare Services in the state of California for this disproportional county saturation. We, the residents, have had enough, and nothing will change unless we demand it.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I think it was quite informative. So, did you want to move it, or you want to discuss?
Yes, just a quick discussion. The purpose of this letter is to support legislation that would regulate sober living homes. We're not trying to increase sober living homes, we're trying to reduce them. So the overall legislation here, basically, sober living home in a neighborhood zone for residential use need not be considered a residential use of property when evidence demonstrates that the sober living home is an integral part of a licensed drug treatment facility located elsewhere. Essentially saying you can't just have a sober living home come in and say, oh, I'm a house in this area, we're just living here, we're not part of a business. No, they have to be considered a business, they have to be licensed if that's the purpose of what they're doing there. So this would make it possible.
It creates a significant obstacle.
Yes, it creates, and hopefully we don't have a situation down in Southside. This legislation would hopefully stop a situation down in Southside where we're seeing 3 sober living homes trying to go on the same street.
Any further discussion?
I
Or?
just want to say, yeah, I mean, thankfully, my friend Avelina Valencia got this going. This is meaningful legislation that actually has an enforcement component that will shut down an unlicensed facility. And not to compare it to the last one, but the last one was just window dressing, frankly. It was just slap on the wrist at best. This one will actually shut down a facility and really help the residents in South San Clemente. So we'll wholeheartedly support this, and I hope we unanimously pass it. Thanks, Mark, for bringing it forward. And thank you, Sarah, for your presentation.
Anybody else?
And for all the emails we got.
All those in favor?
Wait, someone's got to make a motion.
Someone's got to make a motion.
Yeah, I will move to, hold on, where is it? To
adopt the staff recommendation.
Yeah, adopt the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, hold on just a second. So the staff recommendation is to consider sending it, so you might want to.
Okay. I will move to send the correspondence in support of Assembly Bill 2574.
Second.
That's, all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
All
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Any council members have items to pull?
Anybody? No?
I'll make a motion to move the balance.
We have.
We have comments.
Oh, sorry,
We have
comments,
public
sorry.
comments. You do when I do.
Item 10C2, Lois McNichol. This is the warrant register.
Ten C2.
10C2. Yes.
So I read the agendas and I also read everything surrounding them. So I found that this number was very, very interesting. $484,094.84. What is that? That is a payroll for the month of February in San Clemente. So therefore, I thought we had no money. And is that one of the reasons we have no money? And the reason why I keep saying this is because every single time that we come up with, well, we don't have the money for that. Well, but then somehow there is money being spent, a lot of money being spent elsewhere.
Thank you. Next. Anybody else? Is that-
Yes. Item 10F, Lois McNichol. This is notice of completion bridge demolition and removal from Metrolink yard.
Lois,
Lois, you're up.
Lois, you're back up.
10F,
And who's after that?
Lois McNichol. We
Three
have,
times?
6 times.
6 times, okay.
I know.
6 times total.
But I haven't been here. I wasn't here last time, okay? So you just have to. So I was just wondering again about the coastal administrator and how much this person that you want to, that we need to have, again, be put into our budget. How much is that person going to cost us? And is it really going to be worth the money considering what we have heard here in the last 2 weeks regarding how to save the coastline and how to replenish the sand? So that is something I think that we've been giving you a lot of good ideas about sand replenishment. And therefore, and you've gotten most of those ideas from these people out here. So now, well, let me see. I might as well I'll just go through these, okay?
Well, we got to start your time.
Okay.
We want to make sure that we give you all the time you need
Okay.
to talk about everything you want.
Oh, no.
So are we moving on to 10G
Yes.
then? Okay.
10 what?
G is in
10G.
George. Okay, so
Okay.
10G.
All right, so here we go. State housing laws are a joke. I am sorry, but do you think that...
This is not item 10G.
Okay.
That's notice of completion, prima desheka.
Okay. Oh, so I talked about the coastal administrator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
10G now.
prima
Okay.
desheka. It's a notice of completion.
Okay. Oh. 10G?
Yes.
Okay.
Consideration of
Sorry about that.
resolution to,
There, I got it, and I got that. So, I'm wondering why the same person is always being awarded the bids on all these contracts that I'm looking at. Because I'm looking at the names and I'm thinking, wow, why is this going to Manson here? And why is this going to Demora there? And why is this always the same person? Do we only have one construction company in the entire city of San Clemente or anywhere close? Because that's what I found interesting about that. So that's 10G,
next item,
okay?
next.
10H.
All right, 10H. All right, follow the money, guys. Staff is recommending the expenditure of $500,000 for the repaving of 5 roads. That's a no-brainer for me.
Okay. Is there another item?
There's that 10I.
10I.
10I, okay.
Okay. Well, I don't make these long agendas. Anyway, so I found the map on this attachment 1, page 73, but this is the districting map. And the one problem I have with the districting map that we all received is that there are no
This is-
street names.
This is the golf course issue.
This is a golf course issue?
Yes,
It's a golf course master plan.
Oh.
master plan.
Okay. One thing, and this is not probably the master plan, but I do have a question about the golf course.
Okay.
Why is it part of the mandatory, what in the long-term financial plan? It was one of the mandatory things to fund. I mean, mandatory things that were funded, but sewer and water, they were not. So I just found that interesting. Because I have not seen the long-term financial plan before, so.
The last card on consent is 10J.
10J. All right. I only have one. This is just a question here.
Okay.
Who is it being sold to? Because that's the one where you're asking to sell items, sell condos to more than one condo to a specific person or company. So my only question on that one is, who are you selling it to?
Thank you very much for all your comments.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay,
All right,
Oral communications, part 2, I do not have any speaker cards.
all right, let's move on then.
Future agenda items?
Yes, we do have one, I
Well,
think.
I was wondering on that, the ordinance about, I was asking about it, but you're already working on an ordinance to preclude any project that would mitigate or compromise our sand?
Yeah, we're reviewing the best approach with that, the most enforceable ordinance we can have to make sure that when armoring is required on the beach, that we augment that with sand to protect that armoring and to protect our beach at the same time.
Oh, okay, so I don't need to agendize it, you're already working on it.
That's correct. But you feel free to, but yes, we'll be
Feel
bringing
free.
that back as soon as we can. That's right.
City Attorney, there was another matter that we were trying to agendize.
Yeah, for a future, we're seeking direction. The city council has given us some direction on perhaps making some modifications to the district maps. And we're seeking direction on what form you would like that to take. There's a couple of ways to do that. You could amend your ordinance, or you could interpret your ordinance that it is just a technical error and provide direction to the city manager. We're just seeking direction, the best approach on that.
I move that we amend the ordinance to make a change on that map.
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor, it wouldn't really be a motion. Staff is just seeking direction. You are the one who agendized the items.
Okay, I'd like to
Perhaps-
agendize that we
Introduce.
introduce an ordinance to amend our map.
To make that technical correction. Yeah. Okay, I second.
Got it.
Thank
All
you.
right. All those, did that public, we don't need public.
I goofed up on.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. We don't need it, we don't need to do that, all right. All right.
That was on me.
Okay, so next item on the agenda is a vacancy on the Coastal Advisory Committee. Dr. Susie Whitelaw recently submitted her resignation to the Coastal Advisory Committee. In April, next month, I will be bringing back a report to council seeking authorization or direction to advertise openings on all of the city's commissions and committees. We would accept applications through May and do interviews in June. So staff's recommendation is to take this vacancy into consideration when you advertise to fill all of the other positions, but it is council's choice whether or not you'd like to take care of that sooner.
I move that we do that,
Do that meaning?
that we wait
till
to
May?
appoint,
Okay.
to our next appointments.
Okay.
Second.
Let's get somebody from North Beach on this thing.
Do we need, do we need to vote on this then?
Sure, we'll take a motion.
All right. There, it was moved and seconded it, so, did you get the names?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. Well, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous.
Okay. And the next item on the agenda is consideration of amendment to section 4.8 of City Council Policy 1201-11, assigning a member of the city council as a liaison to each city commission or committee. And we do have one speaker card on that. I'm not sure if you want to hear that before or after you.
Let's hear the speaker.
Okay. Lois McNichol?
Here, we'll get some insight.
Okay, so I read the agenda and I'm a little lost on this one. You're saying that a city council member has to be assigned to, or act as a liaison to each one of the commissions and committees that are here in San Clemente? Is that what this is saying? And is that because we are not trusting our staff members, or we feel that our committees and commissions need more guidance, or they're not providing you with correct information, or is there some reason for this? Because I can't see one. And that's, I mean, I want to know why you don't trust the people that are working for you. I'm assuming that you have something to do with the reason why they're on the committees and the commissions. So therefore, they would be the ones that are working for you. And if you ever had some kind of a question or you needed information from them, I'm sure they'd be happy to provide it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Maybe we can answer your questions now. We actually, we actually have, I put the last page of the report, there's all the commissions. These are sort of liaisons that will work with the commission. They're not members of it, but they're, as I understand the amendment or the proposal, they will liaison with these. I was thinking, just based on my knowledge, and you guys can change it, obviously, I was thinking from the bottom up, public safety, Rick, human affairs, Rick, golf course, me. I'm already on the investment advisory, coastal advisory. I think No Block had an interest, arts and culture, Mark, beaches, parks and recreation, Duncan. I don't know, but that's just a
I think that makes some sense. I would say Mark is actually part of the Cal Cities coastal, what is it again, city manager?
Committee to work with, advisory committee to the coastal commission. So
Okay.
I
think
yeah,
that-
I would very much like to be on the coastal advisory committee.
recommendation. So that would,
Would Steve like to work with beaches and parks?
or arts and culture.
Or planning.
Or one of the others.
Who is planning?
I don't think, I don't think we,
Well, it's on here.
The sand issue really is my number one concern, and I'd like to get involved in that if possible.
Yeah, I'm also very interested in that, and being my role on the Cal Cities committee, I
Well, we
would
could
really like
expand
to.
our representation in sand.
You want to be an alternate, Steve?
and I didn't appoint anyone to the, not appoint, I didn't recommend anyone to the planning because our liaison there is really our city attorney. And I thought that was, I mean, we're trying to develop communication, but.
I would like arts and culture, actually, if I could pick one.
Yeah,
Josh Paskowitz.
Josh is my man.
There's a T.
Aloha.
Does anybody?
I wouldn't mind also, I don't know, Rick, how you feel about this. Wouldn't mind being on the Human Affairs Committee.
Well,
I don't know. I think I was like recruited to it, or there's some people on the Human Affairs Committee that asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes, but
So I think maybe this is a little bit of a concern of mine. I don't know how this was done. I wasn't asked at all on any of the ones that I wanted to be on.
We're doing it right now live,
Well,
so we
but-
can do whatever
but-
you want.
No, I'm okay with doing it live now. It just seems like there was some previous discussions that I wasn't privy to, and I just sort of got assigned to one without asking an opinion, and others were, I don't know. So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant on this. I thought we were all going to discuss it here tonight and put in what we'd like, and yeah, I feel like it got assigned.
No, you're not assigned. I threw some names out only because I thought, based on what people have worked on, nobody is assigned. I've not discussed this with anybody, not with anybody here at least, and not on the committees either. So we can start this, we can go down the line if you wish, and people can just decide. I thought maybe, for me, the golf course, I said, I think I'm the only one that golfs, so maybe I'll take that one. And I'm on investment advisory already, so I figured I would take those two. But if somebody else wants them, I'm happy to. Maybe we've got two of them solved then.
Want to just go down?
We go down the line then.
Yeah. So, does anyone want to do beaches, parks, and rec?
no, you're already in.
Well, all right, I'll do beaches, park, and rec. But does that mean I can't do arts and culture too?
I think you got that locked up.
Yeah.
Nobody else wants to hang out with the arts and culture people?
So, are we in agreement? He gets beaches, parks, and rec, and arts and culture?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Seems like I got the ones nobody else wanted, but okay, I'm good.
Can we trade?
No, yeah, sure, we can trade later.
Okay, all right. Because I don't know what I'm getting yet, so I don't, this is like a white
This can
elephant
all be
sale.
changed, right? Yeah, for sure, right, as we go. After the
I'm
first
gonna
bad
take-
experience,
If everybody's in agreement, I'll take investment advisory and golf course, unless somebody.
Sure.
Those two, so we have, let's go public safety first, that seems like an easy one.
Yeah, Rick, you're all
Rick
over
is
that
good
one.
there.
That's another one nobody wants. Okay, I got that one.
So human affairs,
I would like that one, but Rick, if you really want that one, I'm okay with it. But I at some point,
well, look at city manager. We have subcommittees with 2 council members, right? Like, so we can do that. It doesn't have to just be one. I'm not saying we should do that, but I'm saying we could. We don't have no Brown Act issues there because
right.
it's still 2.
No, that's right. And again, this is just the opposite of maybe what was said earlier. This is really, there have been members of the committee saying, gosh, it'd be nice to have more direct communication with the council and, just more, and that's very difficult under the Brown Act. So this gives you guys an opportunity to just communicate.
What if Mark and I take human affairs and Mark and Steve take the coastal thing? Would that,
Yeah.
at least for those two, would that be? okay?
Yeah, let's do that. And if there's some problem that arises out of having 2, we can adjust
I don't
then.
think there'll be any problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good.
But in planning, we don't need anybody. Is that what we think?
I think the city attorney said she's got that covered, and they're pretty independent, and
There's a member of my office who covers that, and my experience and the report is that they're doing great.
Do they cover the other committees and commissions as well?
No, that's the only one
Just-
that
just
my
planning.
office staffs is the planning commission.
Okay, done.
all right, we're done.
I'd like to just run down the list. Beaches, Parks and Recreation, Duncan. Planning Commission, that's being handled by the City Attorney's Office. Arts and Culture Committee, that is Duncan. Coastal Advisory Committee, Inmeyer Knobloch. Investment Advisory is Cabral. Golf Course Committee, Cabral. Human Affairs is Inmeyer Leffler, and Public Safety Committee is Leffler. Okay. And I'll bring this back at the end of the year when council determines regional committees as well. So we'll do this on an annual basis.
Great.
And so do we have to have some some kind of.
No, you've
A
already,
motion.
you get to do
remote-
that as mayor. It's all on
It's a
you.
motion. All
A
right.
motion to adopt the policy change.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
do we have to do that? Yeah.
We're changing the policy, so.
Okay, okay, we are changing the policy.
Okay, so,
I move that we change the
no
policy.
discussion on it, right? Public?
Do you need to?
No, speak,
All right.
we've already heard our comment.
All right.
All right, move to change the policy as we've discussed and make the appointments as we've discussed.
Second.
Okay, Mark can have the second.
Mark has the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay,
City Council.
council
Subcommittee
subcommittee updates?
Would that be me?
It could be.
What was that?
I have a report. I do have a report. And I have a slideshow, and I should say, it should take no longer than 20, 30 minutes.
Great.
If I go right through it. And it's on the songs. Mark and I are members. I'm the vice chair of the songs.
Next slide.
Hey, not yet. Engagement panel, community engagement panel. We've had, we've had people come and speak to us about some concerns that they've had about this. And at our last meeting, we covered most of those things, including the dismantling of the structures, and we had a good report on this. I really wanted this presentation only so we could put it on our website and share it with the public. We had a safety management report on the spent fuel, and then we had some reports on off-site storage. This next slide is just really information that you can get and from the website, and it identifies the website so that anybody in the public that's interested in this can get more information. Of course, the big issue is sea level rise and impact assessment. Every year, the Songs does an extensive report. That report is online. The studies show that, and what Edison presented was, I think it's like a 400-page report that includes a facility is designed and maintained and will be fined at least through 2050. And so far as the groundwater is concerned, the slow rising sea presents no threat to the integrity of the storage of the facility, even if there is flooding. In fact, the nuclear reactor there on site was built dozens of feet below the sea level. Our facility, and we'll see in another slide, was built well above the sea level, even with the projected sea level rise. And it's the same kind of concrete that was used to construct underwater structures like piers and dams. I'm not going to go through all of these, but we can go through a couple of slides so that you can just get a sense of the significant amount of study that they do every year on sea level rise, the impact, the standards that they use. And really, it's just for the public that has an interest in this. They'll be able to look on there, find the reports that are put out annually by the Songs Committee, and there's some great demonstrations and facts, all the facts and reports that you'll need that are up to date every year on the impact. This one's rather significant. They have a report on riprap there, and just like us, they do a study of the impact on the beaches there in front of the facility. And fascinating stuff. I don't want to spend any more time on it. I just really wanted to present it, make sure it's online for the people in the community that have an interest of the concerns about sea level rise and what's being done at Songs to address it and present to the public their best evidence about what's happening. That's it.
Is there any progress on moving the spent fuel?
Well, actually, legislation that was passed this past year prohibits it from being moved for at least 3 years until we do consent-based studies. So the process right now is going out and educating the public across the country, giving several universities $1 million throughout the country to educate them on equity. And this is not us, this was federal legislation.
Once they educate, do they have veto power then?
I don't believe they do, but it's just an educational process. They wanted to make sure that the entire country was bought into moving it into their.
I mean, the point is that no community would be forced to accept it, right? They would
Correct.
have to consent to doing that, which is a change, I guess, from how it was done before. But that, yeah, so I guess they would have a veto.
Mayor, if I might, I think it's important to note that there's been a lot of sea level rise studies done. In your last meeting, you asked us to send a letter to the Coastal Commission asking for a study to be done on sea level rise. They've been done, so perhaps the nature of that letter would change to us providing this information to the Coastal Commission and inviting a peer review if they wanted to review it and provide any comments, rather than requesting a new study. That probably isn't effective when the study was done in 2022. So
Yeah, thanks
So
for
again, the
that
council
update.
directed the mayor and I to prepare a letter for a study. Maybe we change the nature of that to providing the information and inviting any peer comments, something like that.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I did get asked by a few people what was the status of that. Maybe it's take a look at what the Songs has and make sure that they agree with the results of that
Yes.
study.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah,
So no small community can be forced to receive the spent fuel? Is that what the legislation basically
I don't
says?
think any community can be forced to accept it.
Yeah, and the problem is,
Yeah.
we by default are forced to accept it.
Absolutely.
Right? And so that's where we keep sort of knocking on the door and saying, hey, what about us?
So the 200 people in Dyer, Nevada, who would object to putting the fuel 1,000 feet underground in their salt mines, would be able to stop the project when 16 million people are subject to toxic exposure.
Good point.
If we ever have a problem there?
It's a good point, but, that was the decision that was made. I don't know exactly how they formulate that, but they didn't want a community to be forced. They think they're going to find a community that wants the economic benefits
I think the hope
enough.
of this educational opportunity is to make sure that we can educate a small community of 200 or 300 who would benefit economically from having that there, that this would then entice them more to accept it instead of feeling like they're being forced. Instead, hey, this is the benefits you'll get from this, and that the risk is very low.
And the money is there to move it. I mean, it's been collected over the past
I think that's
20,
the
30
biggest-
years.
The biggest health risk in this nation is the storage of that stuff in the LA Air Basin.
Yeah.
And why their hair isn't on fire more to do something about it is absolutely beyond me.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
All right. Next side, anybody else have a report? Council members, any reports? No?
Oh, just a quick question. At the last meeting, I'd gotten a second to have agendized the discussion of whether to, what our council wants to do about future letters on legislation. Is that coming up in a?
It will.
Okay.
It seemed like it would, I'm sorry. It seemed like it might cause a little bit of confusion when we were adopting one and then saying we're not going
Right.
to adopt them.
No,
So
that's
we
fine.
we
Just
thought
making
maybe
sure it
we'd
wasn't
put
forgotten.
We'd separate those by one
It
agenda.
wasn't forgotten. I didn't
Okay.
want to put it right next to yours.
Good call.
All right.
I would like to also maybe modify that or maybe have an additional consideration. And that is that in addition to discussing what we propose and what we don't propose, that items, because right now we have a policy that says if two council members want something on the agenda, it'll be on the agenda. I'm just wondering if there's an appetite to say, if three council members at the same time say, we don't want that on the agenda, could we veto the two, or do you just want to leave the policy standing? Because, which kind of addresses Mark's concern of objecting to items that have been on the agenda, not counting the hypocrisy that he mentioned in his comments when he agendized this one. But I'm just wondering if that's something that we need to consider as well.
Is it something we could consider as part of this?
The idea is that if three don't want it, we don't either waste the time or whatever preparing for
Right,
it.
three,
Yeah.
like say,
interesting
something, a
concept.
controversial item was introduced and two people said, let's do it. And three said, let's not do it, that they wouldn't be done. it's just a sort of a veto by the majority on what to agendize.
Well, you could, it would be a veto, I mean.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the question, does this council, and I'm not sure I support that either. I'm just wondering, is it something we should consider?
Is it something we can look at? We don't need a motion on that as.
Well, we need a motion to be able to discuss it.
Well, it sounds like you want to go back to items for future agendas,
Let's do that.
right?
Well, I thought it could be part of the.
Well, no, just a new item.
I think we can include it in the report that's coming forward. That's a nuance of what was coming forward. So we could include that, at least for discussion purposes.
Does that satisfy you?
Fine with me if that's okay with the original two folks that put it on the agenda.
Sure.
Sure, all right.
Chris was the one who seconded it. so.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can have discussion of that. There's some history behind, why it's two, when I'm not council I was on, we looked at this again. Some cities allow one, right? They let one person put whatever they want on it. So we went to two because we thought that struck the appropriate balance of having a little bit of support, but not enough that, it's like it's already going to pass because you already got three, right? So I don't know. I think that might stifle some debate on things. At the same time, if three council members feel very strongly, then maybe not. So yeah, I think we can agree to have that come up as part of that other discussion. That'd be fine.
Is that clear? All right.
I will I'll bring a proposed amendment to this policy, so yes.
Is there any council member?
Just two quick things. Shout out to the Human Affairs Committee that put on the every 15 minutes exercise at San Clemente High School. It was spectacular. I'm hoping maybe if we can find a link to it on YouTube, we can put it on the city website. It's well worth the 7 or 8 minutes to watch the little documentary they did. And of course, our public safety partners were there and did a great job. Even OCFA was there, and I know there's probably a plaque coming forward here in the next couple of weeks for Shane on his great participation. So we'll all be looking forward to that. And then also, when it comes time to adjourn, we ought to adjourn in recognition of Women in History Month. That we had a historical woman tonight get a proclamation. Beth Apodaca is a treasure in this city. All the things that she's involved in. So that was a nice thing that we did there, and we ought to recognize all the wonderful women we have in this city who have participated so much in such a great part of our city history.
Mayor?
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, do you want?
I was just going to say, also thank you to the Downtown Business Association for the Shamrock Run. Chris ended up beating me, so I ran out of steam at the end. But
I dusted him on the uphill part.
yes, I was good till the uphill.
I heard you barely made it.
Oh, it was rough, man. I was.
And then he disappeared immediately after the race.
Well, I had to get my son's baseball game, but yeah, it's probably the donuts didn't help that I had beforehand. So I'll have to work on those.
Speaking of shamrocks, my granddaughter performed in Dublin, Ireland at the St. Paddy's Parade in downtown Dublin this last weekend with my daughter and her husband and a group, their high school band from Johnson City, Tennessee. So you can watch on YouTube if anyone wants to watch. They played Sweet Caroline. It was a great song. The locals loved it.
Yeah, it's very good.
Johnson City.
City Attorney, you have a report?
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
And.
No, force her to do it.
That's it?
Do that, so I get to. It's just a pleasure
All right.
working for the city.
It's no longer a pleasure.
Did we do something wrong? All right, so we want to move, well, I guess we'll move to adjourn in honor of the fabulous women in history in San Clemente, all those women that have been fully engaged over the years in making this a better city, and in recognition of Ms. Apodaca for all the work she's done in every organization that I know of. She's a part of, I don't know if she's part of yours
She
too.
is. She's a emeritus board member on Friends of San Clemente too.
And to the Downtown Business Association. And current company, yeah, and the staff of the city. I mean, I couldn't forget that, and our city attorney, of course. I couldn't forget that also. So the next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place April 16th, 2024. Closed session will begin at 5. The regular business meeting will begin at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place at the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. The regular city council meeting of April 2nd, 2024 was previously canceled. And so.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.